You're standing in the desert again. The sand presses into your shoes, even though you're not walking. The air is dry and ancient, brushing past your cheek with a heat that doesn't care how many thousands of years have passed. Somewhere behind you is the modern world, maybe a tour bus, maybe your phone buzzing with unread notifications. But ahead of you lies a crumbling staircase that dips beneath the dunes, a whisper of stone carved into the earth before your entire family tree even existed. You take a step forward. Dust shivers off the walls. The only light comes from above, a golden sliver slicing through the ceiling, like the sun doesn't know it's not supposed to be here. Everything smells like time and old limestone. And just when your eyes start to adjust, you notice something else. Rows of eyes watching you from the carvings on the walls. Kings, gods, priests, and people who didn't make it. You've just walked into the past, and there's no tour guide. Welcome to Egypt. It's okay if you're not ready. Most people aren't. These ruins are older than the word ruin itself. You're about to wander through one of the oldest and most extraordinary civilizations to ever exist, a world of hidden tombs. Buried cities vanished, queens, and monuments that have kept their secrets longer than most languages have existed. And bad news, you probably won't survive this. Not if you were actually here anyway. A slip down a pyramid shaft, a scorpion bite in the Valley of the Kings, or a quick curse from an overprotective god. Let's just say, the afterlife would be the least of your worries. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Also, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Are you tucked in at 10 p.m. in Boise half asleep, on a night shift in Dublin somewhere, on a night train with just your earbuds and the desert wind? Now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. You start walking again deeper underground past stone coffins taller than you and walls etched with ancient prayers. You turn a corner and suddenly the corridor ends. There's nothing but rough stone and silence. And that's when you realize something is missing. Someone, actually. Someone famous. Someone royal. Someone who should be right here but never was. You're standing in the place where Queen Nefertiti should have been buried. It's quiet here. Too quiet considering the legend you're standing on top of. You run your fingers gently across the stone wall, feeling the cold bite of it under your skin. It's smooth in places, but rough in others patches where something may have once been, or could still be. For more than a century, archaeologists have stared at these same walls and wondered the same thing you are now. Is Queen Nefertiti still here? She was the queen whose name meant the beautiful one has come. But she came and went so completely that her burial remains one of ancient Egypt's greatest mysteries. Nefertiti wasn't just any queen. She was powerful, controversial, and very likely a co-ruler in one of Egypt's strangest dynasties. The art of her era shows her standing equal to Pharaoh Akhenaten, her husband even performing religious rituals, usually reserved for kings. You'd think that someone that important would have a grand tomb. And yet here we are, staring at a blank stone wall, hoping she's behind it. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You shift your weight brush, some sand from your shoulder, and imagine stepping back in time around 1345 BCE, deep into the 18th dynasty. You're in the city of Akhenaten, a brand new capital carved out of the desert by royal decree. Akhenaten, the heretic king, has abandoned the gods of old to worship a single deity, Aten, the radiant sun disk. It's the first real attempt at monotheism in recorded history, and it turns everything upside down. Right beside him is Nefertiti, not as some silent consort, but as a visible and active ruler. Their images are carved together on temple walls, raising hands to the sun in a posture of worship that looks more like science fiction than tradition. Nefertiti's face, yes, that face, the one you've seen in museums and coffee table books, is everywhere. Regal, elegant, unforgettable. But if she's unforgettable, why can't we find where she was buried? You take a few steps farther into the tomb. It's not hers, at least officially. It belongs to Tutankhamun Akhenaten's son, Nefertiti's stepson, or possibly even her biological child, depending on which Egyptologist you ask and how spicy they're feeling. His tomb, found in 1922 by Howard Carter, was famously crammed with gold and funeral treasures. But what caught attention decades later weren't the treasures, it was the walls. In 2015, British archaeologist Nicholas Reeves noticed something odd in the high-resolution scans of Tutankhamun's burial chamber. The north and west walls, which should be solid, looked a little suspicious. Symmetrical lines beneath the plaster, faint seams barely visible to the naked eye. It was as if someone had plastered over a doorway and then painted funerary scenes right on top of it. Reeves believed those sealed rooms might contain something extraordinary, a hidden chamber, possibly the lost tomb of Nefertiti. For a moment, just a moment, the world stopped. News crews swarmed. Scholars fidgeted. Egypt's antiquities authorities brought in radar experts and ground-penetrating scanners. Early readings seemed to confirm voids behind the wall spaces where a chamber could be. Could it be? Had the Queen's tomb been hiding in plain sight all along, just meters away from the boy kings? Was Tutankhamun buried in a rush using part of a tomb that had originally been intended for her? You lean in close to the wall. There's no flashlight needed, your imagination does the work. Behind it, maybe there's another chamber. Maybe even a sarcophagus still sealed with her name, inscribed in gold leaf. Maybe we're just one clever excavation away from rewriting history. But then, of course, things got complicated. Later scans produced mixed results. Italian teams, Japanese teams, even National Geographic sent equipment. Some said yes, there's definitely a void. Others said no, it's a geological mirage, an illusion of ancient stone layers. The wall stayed up. The paint stayed intact. And the Queen stayed missing. You sigh. Maybe she's not here after all. Still, the idea has lingered, like a whisper. What if Tutankhamun's tomb was indeed recycled? It's smaller than other royal tombs, awkwardly laid out, clearly rushed. The burial chamber is barely large enough for all the furniture and golden trinkets Carter pulled out of it. The wall paintings are strange too. One scene may even show a woman performing burial rites, not a man. That's unusual. That's suspicious. That's very, let's hide the Queen energy, if you ask me. But if not here, then where? Amarna. That city of light and heresy, now mostly rubble. The royal tombs, they are empty or unfinished. Were they abandoned when the city was deserted? Or were the remains secretly moved to Thebes when the old gods came back into fashion? It wouldn't be the first time mummies were relocated for political reasons. The priests of later dynasties were experts in hiding sacred remains to protect them from robbers, or more often from each other. There's another possibility: the younger lady, a nickname only ancient history could give. She's a female mummy, discovered in tomb KV35, missing part of her face, but still very much a genetic match to Tutankhamun. DNA tests suggest she might be his mother. If that's true, and if Tutankhamun's father was Akhenaten, then there's a decent chance she's Nefertiti. But here's the catch: no inscription confirms it. And DNA in ancient Egypt is trickier than you'd think. Bad preservation, mixed samples, ancient mold. It's like trying to identify someone based on a blurry photo from 3,300 years ago. In the rain, you stop walking. You've reached the back of the chamber. No doors, no inscriptions, just the dead-end stone of another unanswered question. If Nefertiti had a tomb, it's either undiscovered, erased, or hiding in a wall no one is willing to open. She was powerful, yet controversial. Revered, yet later, regimes may have tried to erase her. And in a world where memory equals immortality, erasure was worse than death. But if she is ever found, if one day archaeologists break through that wall and find her golden mask staring back, it could change everything. Her burial could reveal the politics of her time, her family connections, even her fate after Akhenaten vanished. It might show us whether she ruled alone, whether she was Pharaoh Neferneferuaten, whether she died in glory or in exile. For now, though, she remains the queen without a tomb, a face without a resting place. You back away, slowly, leaving the silence undisturbed. The dust settles behind you, and the mystery waits patiently, just like it has for the past 300 years. Your footsteps echo as you climb back out into the dry Egyptian air. You squint at the horizon, where the land ripples like fabric under the heat. The Great Sphinx waits for you, not hidden like Nefertiti, but ever present, ever watching. You shuffle toward it past the tourists, and the camera flashes past the gift shops and guards until you're standing in the shadow of something that should not have survived this long. It stares east, as if remembering a time when the Nile wasn't choked by modern cities, and the stars above told secrets no one else could hear. You stand there, eyes locked with this ancient lion-bodied guardian, and wonder what secrets still lie beneath its paws. The Great Sphinx of Giza, carved directly from the limestone bedrock, stretched 240 feet long, its nose famously missing, its expression unreadable. It's so iconic you might forget it's also a massive geological riddle. For centuries, its origin and purpose have puzzled explorers, archaeologists, and anyone with a decent imagination. And now, here you are wondering what's beneath it, not metaphorically, literally. Since at least the 19th century, rumors have swirled about chambers and tunnels hidden underneath the Sphinx. Some of those rumors were whispers passed down from ancient texts. Others came from locals, diggers, mystics, or more modern explorers, armed with machines that peer through stone. The idea caught fire in the 1930s when American psychic Edgar Cayce famously predicted that a hall of records would be found beneath the Sphinx, containing the lost knowledge of Atlantis. Now granted, Edgar also believed that humans first walked the earth around 10 to 500 BC and that we rode dinosaurs like biological Uber rides. So grain of salt. Still, his wild claim added fuel to the mystery. And then there's the actual science. In the 1970s, and again in the 1990s, teams from the United States and Egypt conducted ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies beneath the Sphinx. Their results? Intriguing. They detected unusual hollow areas beneath the monument, particularly under the paws and along the flanks. Could be natural fissures, could be erosion cavities, or it could be man-made rooms, hidden intentionally, their purpose long forgotten. Nobody really knows because, here's the frustrating part, nobody's allowed to dig there. Egyptian authorities have been extremely cautious about conducting invasive studies around the Sphinx. You get it. The structure is fragile. The limestone is ancient, weathered, cracked in places. Just standing there is a full-time job for something that's faced 4,500 years of sandstorms, pollution, looters, invasions, and bird poop. Digging beneath it might bring the whole thing down, or at the very least trigger an avalanche of angry archaeologists shouting in 10 different languages. But those hollow spots, they're real. At least according to multiple independently confirmed surveys. One was done by Thomas Dobecki and John Anthony West in the early 90s. Another by Japanese researchers using advanced seismographic tech. And most recently, 3D scans and thermal imaging have shown temperature anomalies areas of the monument that cool or heat at different rates, which sometimes indicates, yep, you guessed it, voids. You take a step closer. From this angle, the Sphinx seems alive, not breathing exactly, but vibrating with potential, like a sleeping sentinel or a storage locker with a very, very old key. But even if there are chambers beneath it, the bigger question is why? Ancient Egyptian texts don't give us much. There's no explicit mention of rooms inside the Sphinx, but certain inscriptions nearby suggest the area was considered sacred, an axis between the earthly and the divine. Some believe those hidden cavities, if they exist, could have held ritual objects or sacred scrolls. Others suggest tombs, perhaps high priests, or someone significant to the monument's construction. Then there's the romantic idea, a hidden library left by some forgotten priesthood, filled with wisdom too dangerous or too valuable for the rest of the world. Okay, yes, that last one might be too Indiana Jones, but you're standing in front of a massive half-lion, half-king statue that no one knows how or why was made. So let's not throw stones. There's also the matter of the weathering. The body of the Sphinx shows unusual erosion patterns, deep vertical grooves, and rounded edges more typical of water damage than sand and wind. Geologist Robert Schoch has argued this means the monument is far older than mainstream Egyptology allows. He thinks it may have been carved as far back as 7,000 BC during a period of intense rainfall long before the dynastic period. That would make it, brace yourself, older than the pyramids, older than written language, older than pottery in many parts of the world. Of course, mainstream Egyptologists say, hold on a minute. They argue the erosion is due to salt crystallization or millennia of wind and sand. Plus, there's no solid evidence of a pre-dynastic civilization in Egypt capable of carving something so massive. No tools, no temples, no campsites, not even a half-eaten lunchbox. But still, the erosion is strange, and Egypt doesn't always give up its secrets on the first try. You lean your head against the warm limestone, close your eyes, and listen. Somewhere beneath your feet might be a room no human has seen in thousands of years. Maybe it's empty. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was never meant to be found. That's the thing about the Sphinx, it doesn't talk. But it doesn't lie either. It just waits. There's also one more mystery. The Sphinx has no known inscriptions identifying it, no hieroglyphs saying, built by Pharaoh, so-and-so, no dates, no bragging about how much stone was hauled or how many workers died of exhaustion. It's silent, mysteriously so. Some scholars believe it represents Pharaoh Khafre, same dynasty as the second pyramid at Giza. Others aren't convinced. The head seems too small for the body, suggesting it was recarved at some point. Was it a lion? First? A different pharaoh entirely? or something even older, adapted and reshaped by later kings. You're beginning to see a pattern here, aren't you? Missing inscriptions, hidden chambers, unusual erosion. The Sphinx is a monument of questions, not answers. And no matter how much we learn, it always seems to be hiding one more layer. Maybe one day someone will dig beneath it gently, respectfully, and find that fabled chamber. Or maybe we'll spend another 1,000 years staring at it, asking the same old questions to a stone face that just won't flinch. You take one last look before heading back toward the Nile. The Sphinx watches you go, not with malice, not with curiosity, but with patience. The kind of patience only stone understands. Behind you, the wind picks up slightly, dragging a faint cloud of dust across the ground. It coils near the Sphinx's paw and then disappears like it was never there at all. The wind follows you east, tugging gently at the hem of your clothes as you walk along the ancient path toward Luxor. You don't see signs or fences, or even tourists here, not this time. Instead, you find yourself drawn into Karnak, Egypt's sprawling religious complex, where centuries of pharaohs left their fingerprints in stone. It's not just a temple, it's a maze of memory. And somewhere in that maze, priests once moved in silence, chanting verses now lost to time. As you step into the shadow of a towering column, one of more than 100 in the hypostyle hall, you feel the temperature drop. 1,000 tons of sandstone overhead will do that. But it's not just the shade that chills you. It's the strange knowledge that this place, for all its grandeur, remains fundamentally misunderstood. Not the structure exactly, but what happened here. The rituals, the processions, the secrets, because for all the inscriptions and reliefs, we still don't know what the priests at Karnak were really doing. Karnak was ancient Egypt's Vatican, except older, bigger, and a lot harder to map. This wasn't just one temple. It was dozens. A sacred compound dedicated mostly to Amun-Ra, the chief god, though over the centuries, it became a spiritual buffet for Egypt's entire pantheon. Every pharaoh from the Middle Kingdom onward wanted a piece of it. And the priests? Well, they practically ran the country at one point. You walk quietly down one of the processional avenues, flanked by ram-headed sphinxes that stare blankly at nothing. Some still wear the crowns of faded gods. Their faces are weathered, but their stance is firm, like they're still guarding something that might one day wake up. Inscriptions carved along the walls and pylons tell of offerings, sacrifices, ceremonies, and festivals. But even with thousands of these records, no one today can say for sure what the deeper meanings behind the rituals were. The texts are often poetic symbolic or frustratingly vague. It's like trying to piece together a family recipe from a collection of tattoos and old shopping lists. Take, for example, the daily temple ritual. Every morning, before the sun rose, a high-ranking priest would approach the inner sanctuary. He'd unlock a set of doors more symbolic than physical and enter the Holy of Holies, the deepest, darkest chamber where the god lived in the form of a statue. The priest would then wake up the statue, not metaphorically, literally. He'd chant spells to rouse the god from slumber, wash the statue, dress it in fine linen, anoint it with sacred oils, and present it with food offerings. Then, just as silently, he'd leave, sealing the doors again. No one else was allowed to see the god. No one else was allowed to know what was said. It was a secret act performed by a secretive class of men inside a space built to confuse and confound outsiders. You pause in one of those side chambers, now running your hand across a basin carved into the floor. This might have held oil, or blood, or water taken from the Nile at just the right phase of the moon. No one wrote it down in detail, not in a way that we'd understand. That's the frustrating beauty of Karnak. It's too complete to ignore, but too incomplete to solve. And then there's the Opet festival. Once a year, the entire temple complex would burst into public celebration. The god Amun, along with his divine family, Mut his wife, and Khonsu, their moon-faced son, would be taken from Karnak to Luxor Temple some 2 kilometers away. Not by Uber, by bark. A bark, if you're wondering, was a giant ceremonial boat often carried on the shoulders of priests. Imagine a divine float in a spiritual Mardi Gras, except the crowd doesn't throw beads, they offer incense and chant hymns. And the god he's carried in a sealed shrine, likely staring out at the chaos through carved eyes painted with crushed stone and lined in gold. The festival was one of renewal. It reaffirmed the divine connection between the gods and the pharaoh. And it was a time for the people of Thebes to actually see their gods, even if only as elaborate statues wrapped in fabric and mystery. You picture it now: the drums, the dancers, the scent of incense and fresh-cut flowers in the air, children laughing, elders weeping, priests moving in precise practiced formation, and at the center of it all, the god of the sun making a journey from one temple to another, not for spectacle, but for cosmic maintenance, to keep the universe running. But even this, as well documented as it is in inscriptions, leaves us with questions. What were the chants really saying? Why did the gods need to rest in Luxor Temple? What role did astronomy play in the timing of the events? The answers, if written down, were kept for priestly eyes only. The priesthood of Karnak wasn't just a religious order. It was a powerful political entity. During the later New Kingdom, the high priests of Amun became so influential that they rivaled the pharaoh himself. Some even ruled Egypt in all but name. Yet ironically, these same priests left behind very little in the way of personal records. Their secrets died with them or were erased by later regimes eager to re-establish royal dominance. As you wander past the sacred lake, you imagine those same priests dipping into the still water, cleansing themselves before entering the temple. Purity was essential. Ritual bathing wasn't optional. It was mandatory and probably cold. But it wasn't just about hygiene. It was about transformation, about shedding the dust of the mortal world before stepping into a space occupied by gods. You notice a low platform near the edge of the lake, possibly a spot for offerings, or geese, or oracles. That's the thing they used animals too. Some temples kept sacred rams, geese or bulls that were considered manifestations of gods. These animals were fed special diets, paraded on festival days, and sometimes even mummified when they died. It's a lot to process. And then there were the oracles. Yes, ancient Egypt had its own version of divine hotlines. People would ask questions, often through written petitions, and the priests would consult the god, or rather the statue. Carried by a group of select priests, the statue might nod or refuse by the direction it turned. Think of it as a religious Ouija board, but heavier and with more incense. You smile at the thought. What questions did people ask? Will my crops grow? Will my children be safe? Will my lawsuit go in my favor? Some things don't change, but how did the priests interpret the answers? Were they truly impartial? Or were they playing politics with divine authority as their poker face? we may never know. The rituals were closely guarded, passed down only through whispered training and ritual initiation. No instruction manuals, no priesthood blogs, just oral tradition and sacred duty. You pause beneath a broken lintel, looking up at the sun through the collapsed stone. The light hits just right for a moment. You imagine the glow filtering through the temple thousands of years ago, hitting a statue's golden face, sparkling on a lake's surface, dancing on white linen robes, all orchestrated, all meaningful, all now forgotten. You take one last walk between the columns. The scale is still staggering. You could drive a bus through these hallways, but no one ever did. Just priests, just gods, just secrets. Whatever happened here, whatever the rituals really meant, the echoes are still trapped in the sandstone. Maybe we'll never unlock them completely, but that doesn't mean they're gone. You whisper a quick thanks to the silence and step out into the daylight again, blinking against the sun. The sun sits low on the horizon, now casting long, slanted shadows across the plateau as you turn your steps towards Saqqara. The landscape changes less about grandeur, more about mystery. No gleaming gold masks or towering temples here. Just a barren stretch of land, pockmarked with shafts, tombs, and tunnels. Beneath your feet lies a subterranean riddle, the Serapeum of Saqqara, home to the most perplexing sarcophagi ever unearthed. You descend a narrow staircase into the cool dark. The temperature drops quickly, the desert heat replaced by the hushed breath of deep stone corridors. The walls tighten around you, and then you're there in a hallway, carved straight into the bedrock, lit only by soft overhead bulbs. To your left and right, massive chambers branch off into the gloom, each holding a stone box so huge and precise that your brain struggles to believe it isn't modern. The boxes are sarcophagi. At least that's the official term. Each carved from a single block of solid granite. Some weigh as much as 70 tons. The lids alone could crush a truck. You run your fingers along the surface, so smooth it feels more like glass than stone. No chisel marks, no clumsy chips, just perfect geometry. Some boxes are still slid open, others sealed tight. But inside, nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's what makes it so strange. Normally, ancient Egyptian burial sites tell a clear story. A pharaoh gets a tomb. The tomb has inscriptions, treasures, maybe a booby trap or two. But here, no names, no decorative reliefs, no burial goods. Just empty boxes sealed in silence, like they were waiting for someone who never came. The Serapeum lies beneath the step pyramid of Djoser, Egypt's oldest pyramid, designed by the legendary architect Imhotep. But the underground galleries where these sarcophagi rest weren't made for kings. They were made for bulls, sacred bulls to be precise, living incarnations of the god Ptah, chosen for their perfect features, cared for in royal stables, and mourned with full honors when they died. The Apis bulls, as they were called, were mummified and entombed like royalty. The Serapeum, according to mainstream Egyptology, was their burial place, and for many bulls it was. Archaeologists have found bull bones, burial goods, even stelae, inscribed with dedications from pharaohs, but not in these boxes. The big granite sarcophagi, the ones that draw engineers and conspiracy theorists alike, are completely empty. No bones, no ash, not even a sliver of fabric. It's as if they were made just to be made, or worse, made for something then scrubbed from history. You lean against one of the boxes, arms crossed. The ceiling feels low. The floor is uneven. You wonder how these things were even brought down here. That's another mystery. The entrance corridor is narrow, too narrow for anything this size to pass through. Experts think the sarcophagi were lowered via a vertical shaft, then maneuvered into place using rollers, ropes, and dozens, maybe hundreds of laborers. Others suggest the galleries were excavated after the boxes were placed. Either way, the logistics are staggering. Granite is heavy, very heavy. And these weren't made from local stone. They came from Aswan, more than 500 miles to the south. You start doing the math in your head. Quarry the stone, transport it to the Nile, float it north, unload it, drag it into the desert, lower it down a shaft, maneuver it into a tight gallery. All for what exactly? That's the thing no one agrees on. Some believe these boxes were never meant to hold physical remains. Maybe they were symbolic ritual containers used in ceremonies, honoring the divine bull's essence, not its body. Others say they were prepared for future burials that never happened. Still others suggest the boxes had nothing to do with bulls at all, and that they were part of a much older, much stranger purpose. You glance at one box in particular. It's shifted slightly off-center, the lid askew. Modern researchers once tried to move it with hydraulic jacks and couldn't budge it. Ancient Egyptians didn't have cranes, forklifts, or diamond saws. But somehow, they placed this 70-ton monster precisely inside a narrow underground chamber with no clearance for mistakes. That's when the theories start to go off the rails. Some fringe researchers believe the Serapeum is a remnant of a lost high-tech civilization, that the boxes were not sarcophagi, but energy containers, sound chambers, or storage devices for ancient knowledge. They cite the extreme smoothness of the interiors, the perfect 90-degree corners, and the absence of inscriptions as signs of purpose beyond burial. Mainstream archaeologists reject those claims, of course. They point to the inscriptions outside the chambers, not on the boxes themselves, dedications to the Apis bulls' names of priests, even dates from known reigns. All of that firmly roots the Serapeum in the late period of Egyptian history. Still, you look again at those gleaming black walls. The craftsmanship is unlike anything else in Egypt. Other tombs are ornate, but rough. These are simple, but impossibly precise. You wonder what it must have felt like to be a worker assigned to this place. Standing where you are now, torchlight flickering, guiding a team of men as they lowered a box heavier than your entire house into a hole in the earth. What did they believe they were doing? Honoring a god, building a portal, leaving behind a message. You won't find the answer on any plaque. Even the great archaeologist Auguste Mariette, who first excavated the Serapeum in 1850, was baffled by it. He found mummies and inscriptions, yes, but the emptiness of the grand sarcophagi gnawed at him. What he thought was a straightforward burial site slowly revealed itself to be something else, something stranger. Modern excavations have expanded the site. We now know the Serapeum was in use for over 1,300 years. That's longer than most empires last. But the biggest boxes, the ones you're staring at, date back to the earlier dynasties, when bull worship was just hitting its stride. They were the first pieces of the puzzle, and they remain the most confusing. You step back into the main corridor. The air is still cool, still quiet. The sarcophagi sleep behind you, undisturbed. Whatever their original purpose was, it remains buried with the people who created them. You climb the stairs slowly, light growing brighter with each step, the sand crunching under your boots. Behind you, the great stone boxes remain mute, perfect, and empty. They don't offer explanations, just presence. Maybe that's the point. Not every mystery gets solved. Some are built to be carried, like a sarcophagus, heavy, hollow, and full of something we don't yet understand. You emerge from the cool depths of Saqqara into the harsh afternoon light. The desert stretches wide in every direction, but your next stop lies tucked away in the Valley of the Kings, not far from Luxor, a royal graveyard hidden beneath the rock. This time, the mystery doesn't begin underground. It begins with a small, very famous tomb you've heard of since childhood, KV62. The final resting place of the boy king Tutankhamun. But the question isn't who is buried there. It's what else might be. The story of Tutankhamun's tomb is the stuff of archaeological legend. In 1922, British Egyptologist Howard Carter stumbled upon a set of stone steps buried beneath centuries of rubble. What he uncovered was not just a tomb, it was a time capsule, intact, untouched, stuffed wall to wall with golden statues, ceremonial beds, ivory trinkets, chariots, and a breathtaking golden mask that launched 1,000 documentaries. But here's the strange part. The tomb was unusually small for a pharaoh. The layout was cramped, the burial chamber oddly proportioned. The walls were hastily painted with scenes that seem a little off. There were only 4 rooms total, which is practically a studio apartment by royal standards. So why the rush? Why the shortcut tomb for someone so important? That's when people started to whisper. Maybe this tomb wasn't meant for Tutankhamun at all. In fact, the whole structure looks suspiciously like a queen's tomb. Its orientation, decorative scheme, and modest size all suggest it was repurposed. Which leads to one theory that refuses to die somewhere behind those walls. A hidden chamber still exists untouched for over 3,000 years, and possibly containing the remains of Queen Nefertiti. You're back inside now, crouched in the main burial chamber, staring at the north wall. It's beautiful, but something about it feels artificial. Too smooth, too symmetrical, almost as if the wall is hiding something. Howard Carter never noticed anything strange about it, but then again, he didn't have ground-penetrating radar. In 2015, archaeologist Nicholas Reeves proposed that 2 of the tomb's walls, north and west, might be concealing hidden doorways. His theory, based on high-resolution scans of the wall paintings, suggested outlines of previously sealed door frames. Could the tomb have been expanded originally and then plastered over in a hurry? The implications were enormous. If Nefertiti had been buried in a hidden annex behind Tutankhamun, it would not only explain the tomb's awkward layout, it would rewrite a crucial chapter in Egyptian history. But like all great archaeological mysteries, things got messy fast. Initial radar scans were promising. One Japanese team even claimed to detect voids behind the wall. But subsequent scans by other teams yielded conflicting data. Some said, yes, there are chambers. Others said no. It's just natural variations in the rock. In 2018, Egypt's Ministry of Antiquities finally declared the area wall-to-wall solid stone. The theory was shelved, but not forgotten. And here's where it gets even weirder. The iconography on the walls might support Reeves's theory. For instance, in the burial chamber, Tutankhamun is shown being welcomed into the afterlife by a figure long believed to be his successor, Ai. But some scholars now think the figure might be Nefertiti, disguised under the conventional kilt and headdress. The features match earlier depictions of her more than they do I. If true, that would mean she was involved in his burial, perhaps even the one who buried him. You shift your weight, still staring at the wall. The paint flakes slightly in places. Beneath the golden yellow, could there be another layer, another passage? The Egyptians were masters of concealment. They built labyrinths, sealed tombs with false doors, and booby-trapped chambers with misleading inscriptions. Hiding a queen behind a prince would be clever, efficient, and historically consistent. After all, Tutankhamun died suddenly, possibly from infection, malaria, or a chariot crash, depending on which study you believe this week. There would have been little time to build a tomb from scratch. Repurposing Nefertiti's would have been pragmatic, and possibly politically necessary too. You run your fingers gently along the painted surface. The plaster has been tested, scanned, photographed, and debated for years. Still, no one has broken through. The Egyptian authorities are cautious, understandably so. Damaging Tutankhamun's burial chamber would be sacrilege, and yet that tantalizing possibility hangs in the air like incense. Could we be just inches away from one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in history? There's precedent for such things. In 2012, a team using infrared thermography discovered a new tomb chamber in the Valley of the Kings, KV-64, hidden beneath debris and completely unknown. It turned out to be the burial site of a previously unrecorded priestess. In 2023, radar scans in the Western Valley hinted at more anomalies. It's still possible. We've only scratched the surface of what's hidden in the cliffs. Back in the burial chamber, you shift your gaze to the other walls. The west wall depicts the opening of the mouth ceremony, a ritual meant to restore the senses to the dead. But the art feels hurried. The figures lack the elegance of earlier tombs. The lines wobble. The pigments feel rushed. Was it just the pressure of time? Or was something being covered up? And then there's the sarcophagus itself. Carved from red quartzite, it's beautiful, but also flawed. The lid doesn't match the box. The corners don't align perfectly. It was likely intended for someone else and reused in a hurry. Maybe another clue. Maybe just coincidence. Egypt doesn't like to make things easy. And yet for all these anomalies, Tutankhamun's tomb remains one of the most complete ever discovered. Thousands of items were cataloged, restored, and relocated to museums. And yet, something is still missing. A chamber, a name, a queen. You sit on the cool stone floor for a while, letting your eyes wander over the painted gods and afterlife scenes. If Nefertiti is back there sealed off behind a layer of plaster, she has waited patiently. Through world wars, museum politics, and conflicting academic egos, she's remained still, hidden, protected, and maybe that's fitting. She was, after all, the queen of a hidden god, the radiant Aten, who hid his full power behind sunlight itself. Maybe this chamber is her last secret. Or maybe it's just a wall. A well-painted, exquisitely over-theorized wall. Still, as you rise and walk back toward the entrance, you feel something shift in the air. Not the wind, not the temperature. Just a sense that this story isn't over. That something is still buried here, waiting for the right pair of hands, the right eyes, the right moment. You step into the fading light, blinking as the sun hits your face once more. Behind you, Tutankhamun's tomb glows with the weight of legend and the possibility that the queen who helped shape an empire may be resting just beyond its walls. The landscape changes again as you follow the Nile farther north, away from the grandeur of Thebes and the tombs of pharaohs. You're headed towards something that doesn't exist anymore, or at least not in a form you can see. What you're chasing now is the ghost of a structure whispered about by ancient historians and buried somewhere beneath the mud, silence, and confusion of the Fayum region. You're looking for Egypt's lost labyrinth, not metaphorical. An actual labyrinth. An underground complex so enormous and so bewildering that even the Greeks, who considered themselves the champions of logic and architecture, stood slack-jawed at its scale. And then it vanished. You arrive near the modern site of Hawara. There's not much to see at first glance. A few palm trees, some irrigation canals, and a dusting of worn stone scattered across the ground. Nothing that screams legendary subterranean maze. But if you look harder, if you squint the way ancient minds might have, you begin to see the outlines of something much bigger. The earliest and most vivid description of this labyrinth comes from Herodotus, the so-called father of history. He visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE and wrote in awe of a structure near the ancient city of Arsinoe. According to him, the labyrinth surpassed even the pyramids. It had 12 massive courts, each surrounded by rooms, $3,000 in total, half above ground, half below. He claimed the lower chambers were so sacred that Egyptian priests refused to let anyone enter them. Now, Herodotus wasn't exactly famous for fact-checking, but he wasn't the only one. The Roman geographer Strabo also described the labyrinth in detail, noting how its roof was made of stone slabs so tightly joined that not even the smallest drop of rain could seep through. Other classical writers added their own flourishes, pillars, statues, royal burial halls. A literal underground palace of death and divinity. You pause at the edge of a dusty hillock and look down. Nothing. Just cracked earth. But beneath your feet, maybe 10, maybe 30 feet below the labyrinth, may still lie buried in silence. So what happened to it? Modern excavations have confirmed that something huge once existed here. In the 19th century, British archaeologist Flinders Petrie conducted digs at Hawara and uncovered what he believed were the remains of the labyrinth's foundations. He found rows of pillars, shattered blocks, and bits of corridors all buried under layers of Nile silt and Roman construction debris. But the structure wasn't intact. It had been dismantled, pillaged for stone over centuries, perhaps by later pharaohs, perhaps by early Christians, perhaps by locals building houses. All that remains now are fragments too broken to make sense of, but too deliberate to ignore. You kneel beside a massive block of limestone. The surface is smooth in places, worn in others. Petrie believed this was once part of a colonnade, maybe a hallway wall, maybe a doorway into the underworld. It's impossible to say. The deeper he dug, the more confusing things became. Rooms led to other rooms. Walls ended abruptly. Staircases descended into rubble. If this was the labyrinth, it wasn't just architectural, it was psychological. And it gets even stranger. Ancient Egyptian texts are mostly silent on the labyrinth. No detailed plans, no grand dedication inscriptions, no welcome to the maze hieroglyphs etched into the stone. For something so monumental, this absence is unsettling, almost deliberate, like the place was erased. Some scholars believe the labyrinth was part of the mortuary complex of Amenemhat III, a pharaoh of the 12th dynasty who reigned during Egypt's Middle Kingdom. His pyramid is nearby, though now it looks more like a sad melted cake than a royal tomb. If the labyrinth was his temple, it would make sense. Middle Kingdom rulers liked to flex through architecture. But even if it began as a temple, it became something more, something mythical. Others suggest it wasn't just a building, but an archive, a library, a storage place for papyri records, genealogies, maybe even lost knowledge from before the pharaohs. Herodotus hinted at this. So did Manetho and Pliny. They spoke of scrolls hidden in sealed chambers guarded by priests who understood that knowledge was as dangerous as any weapon. You glance toward a nearby mound. That's where Petrie found a set of Greek papyri, centuries later fragments from an archive known as the Hieronymus Archive, detailing daily life on a Roman-era estate. Fascinating stuff, but not ancient, not labyrinth stuff. Just evidence that something kept drawing people back here again and again. And still the real thing, the vast buried complex Herodotus wrote about, remains out of reach. In 2008, a team from Belgium and Egypt conducted a series of deep-ground radar scans at Hawara. Their results were stunning. They identified massive geometric anomalies, rectangular chambers' walls, and what appeared to be corridors stretching beneath the surface. In short, something is still down there. Something big. But excavation stalled, permission was pulled, and the results were buried in academic red tape. To this day, the site remains largely uninvestigated. You brush the dust from your hands and stand trying to imagine the labyrinth in its glory. Rows of pillars rising in shadow, corridors twisting in every direction, ceilings carved with constellations, rooms for the living, rooms for the dead, and beneath it all, maybe even deeper than we dare guess, a vault that held knowledge older than Egypt itself. You can almost hear the sandals of a high priest brushing the floor as he walks, torchlight flickering against polished walls. He turns down one hallway, then another, and vanishes. Not because he's lost, because he belongs here. Because the labyrinth isn't just architecture, it's a philosophy. A place where sacred geometry met divine intention. Where only the worthy found their way back out. It's tempting to get poetic, and maybe a little conspiratorial. But you're standing on hard ground. This isn't a myth. Something was here, and it was big enough, strange enough, and important enough that the ancient world couldn't stop talking about it. So where did it go? Was it destroyed on purpose because of what it contained? Or did it simply collapse, buried under centuries of Nile floods and shifting political sands? Egypt has a habit of hiding its best secrets, not with traps or curses, but with time. It lets things fall apart. Then it lets you wonder. You look out one last time across the site. The sun is sinking now, the shadows growing long. Somewhere under your feet, the maze still sleeps silent, unexcavated, and unfinished in the human imagination. Maybe it will never be found. Maybe that's what makes it a labyrinth. It was never meant to be solved. Only entered. Evening is settling over the desert as you make your way west again, deeper into the Valley of the Kings, where the limestone cliffs rise like frozen waves around you. The air is cooler now, filled with the scent of dust and the low chirr of insects tucked away in crevices. You move slowly, quietly. This part of the valley doesn't get many visitors. There's no gift shop, no postcard stand, just stone and silence, and one of the saddest, strangest absences in Egyptian history. You're looking for a queen who disappeared not just from the world, but from the record books. Queen Ankhesenamun. She was the wife of Tutankhamun, and like him, she was young. Too young, really, to shoulder the kind of political and religious chaos she lived through. But she did. And when he died, at just 19, she didn't simply vanish into mourning. She vanished from history altogether. You duck into the shallow shade of a rock outcrop, letting the sun slip a little lower. Ankhesenamun's story isn't carved in gold or chiseled onto a triumphal stela. It's pieced together from scraps, a letter here, a ring there, an unfinished tomb, a hastily scratched name. She's like a voice you can hear but can't quite make out, and her tomb, if she ever had one, has never been found. You start with what you do know. She was the third daughter of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, born into a time of massive upheaval. When her father upended Egypt's religion to worship the sun disk Aten, he isolated the old priesthoods, closed ancient temples, and built a brand new capital in the desert. She was born into that chaos, and it never let her go. Ankhesenamun's early name was Ankhesenpaten. She lives through the Aten, but when Akhenaten died, and the country slinked back toward its traditional gods, she changed it. Ankhesenamun. She lives through Amun. The shift wasn't just symbolic, it was survival. At around age 13, she married her half-brother Tutankhamun. The two were likely political pawns, more than partners, but there's evidence they were close. They were buried with personal items, clothing, walking sticks, even embroidered linen that suggests a shared domestic life. Some have even speculated they had two stillborn daughters whose tiny mummies were found in Tutankhamun's tomb. Then in a blink, he was gone, dead under mysterious circumstances. The pharaoh's widow was now a teenage queen, alone in a crumbling dynasty. And this is where it gets truly strange. Not long after Tutankhamun's death, a letter was sent to the Hittite king Suppiluliuma, Fenfurs, Egypt's longtime enemy. It came from a woman calling herself Dakamunzu, a transliteration of the Egyptian Tahemet Nesut, meaning the king's wife. In the letter, she wrote, "My husband died. I have no son. They say you have many sons. If you send me one of your sons, he shall become my husband. Never shall I take a servant of mine and make him my husband." It was a stunning proposal, a plea for protection, and a diplomatic Hail Mary. Imagine that a queen of Egypt asking her nation's enemy for a royal marriage. The Hittite king was suspicious, so he sent an envoy to confirm the situation. When the report came back as genuine, he agreed and sent his son, Prince Zananza, to Egypt. But Zananza never made it. He was murdered en route. And just like that, the trail goes cold. Scholars debate whether Dakamunzu was Ankhesenamun Nefertiti, or even Kia, another lesser-known wife of Akhenaten. But most believe it was Ankhesenamun. The timing fits. The desperation fits. And her disappearance fits all too well, because after that letter, she all but vanishes from the historical record. You walk slowly now, thinking of what that must have felt like. To be a young queen, widowed, possibly pregnant, stuck between crumbling institutions and military strongmen. The court would have been filled with vultures, the elderly advisor, who would become pharaoh. Horemheb the general waiting in the wings. Priests eager to reclaim their power. A teenage girl with a royal name was both a threat and a prize. We do know that I married her, at least briefly. A ring was discovered bearing both their names. But her name never appeared on his monuments. She was erased, deliberately. There's a theory that she died young, under suspicious circumstances, poisoned, assassinated, or simply used, discarded, and buried in an unmarked grave. That's the haunting part for someone born to two of the most powerful figures in Egypt. Someone married to a pharaoh and entangled in the fate of a dynasty she left no tomb. In 2017, archaeologists believed they might have found her. In the western portion of the Valley of the Kings, a team led by Zahi Hawass began excavating an area near the tomb of Ai. The location made sense close to her last known connection. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies, foundations, possible chambers. Hopes were high. But as of now, the tomb has yet to yield definitive results. If it's hers, it's keeping the secret well. You sit on a flat stone brushing dust from your hands. The cliffs tower silently. There's no wind here, just heat-old bones and unanswered questions. You wonder if her tomb is ever found. What might it say? Would it bear her full name? Royal titles, imagery of her life? Or would it be sparse, rushed meant to hide rather than honor? What if she never had a tomb at all? Ancient Egypt was obsessed with death, burial, and the afterlife. To deny someone a proper tomb was a fate worse than death itself. It meant no journey through the duat, no weighing of the heart, no chance at immortality. For a queen to disappear this completely, it was either negligence or intent. You imagine her walking through the halls of Amarna hair, braided in gold sandals, tapping over alabaster floors. Then years later, alone in Thebes, surrounded by men who saw her as a tool, not a person. You imagine her watching her husband's tomb being plastered and painted in haste, wondering where her place in the world would be. And finally, nowhere. Not in stone, not in scrolls, not in memory. Yet here you are remembering her anyway. Ankhesenamun's name still survives in whispers, in fragments of jewelry, in broken rings, and unfinished dreams. Maybe that's enough. Maybe it's not. Maybe one day, a dusty chamber will open, and her face will stare back from the dark with the quiet dignity of someone who never stopped surviving, even in silence. You rise and step back into the fading twilight. The cliffs are shadows now. The stars will soon come out. Somewhere behind these walls, the queen without a grave waits. Not for rescue, not for revenge, just to be known again. And maybe in this moment, she is. You don't have to go far for the next mystery. In fact, you can already see it rising in the distance, a perfectly triangular silhouette that breaks the horizon like a jagged tooth. The Great Pyramid of Giza. It doesn't need introduction, but here's the thing. For all its fame, all its photographs, all the replicas in hotel lobbies and miniature paperweights, it remains one of the most debated engineering puzzles in human history. You walk toward it slowly. It doesn't get smaller as you approach. If anything, it grows. The base stretches over 13 acres. Each side is longer than a football field. You crane your neck to follow the slope upward, where the peak once held a brilliant white capstone now gone, vanished like so much of the past. The Great Pyramid, built during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu around 2560 BCE, was constructed with over 2.3 million limestone and granite blocks. Each block weighs between 2 and 15 tons. And yet somehow these stones were hauled, lifted, and fitted with such precision that modern engineers still marvel. No mortar, no steel tools, just copper chisels, wooden sleds, and pure audacity. That's the official story anyway. You run your hand along the edge of one limestone block. It's weathered, but still sharp in places. Even after 4,000 years, the joins between the stones are tight enough to slide a credit card through if you had one. Which you don't, because you're a time traveler tonight. And they didn't take visa in ancient Egypt. So how was this thing built? The simplest theory, and the one most scholars agree on, involves ramps. Lots and lots of ramps. Some believe a straight ramp was built, leading up one side of the pyramid, growing taller as the structure rose. Others suggest a spiral ramp that wrapped around the pyramid like a corkscrew. A few even propose internal ramps hidden within the structure itself, which workers use to hoist stones upward, like ants inside an anthill. Each theory has pros and cons. Straight ramps would have required staggering amounts of material and labor, possibly more than the pyramid itself. Spiral ramps might explain access to upper layers, but they leave little physical evidence behind. Internal ramps. Clever, sure, but that's assuming the ancient Egyptians wanted to build secret passageways inside a structure already difficult enough to construct. You move slowly around the base, noticing the faint, upward angle of the stones. It's subtle, but purposeful. The pyramid wasn't just built to be massive, it was built to be precise. The sides align almost perfectly with the cardinal points north, southeast, and west. Not close enough alignment within a fraction of a degree. You'd need GPS and laser levels to do that today. They use sunlight and stars. Speaking of stars, the pyramid's dimensions are thought to encode all sorts of cosmic knowledge. Some researchers point to mathematical constants. The ratio of the base to the height reflects pi. Others argue it mirrors the Earth's curvature. More esoteric minds suggest it's a map of Orion's belt, or a divine calendar, or a scale model of Earth's northern hemisphere. Just casual, afterlife decor. But while everyone argues about why it was built the way it was, fewer people ask the real question, who built it? The answer might disappoint some alien enthusiasts. It wasn't slaves. It wasn't lost Atlanteans. It wasn't time travelers from the 25th century wearing invisibility cloaks. The builders of the Great Pyramid were highly skilled Egyptian laborers working in rotating crews, fed and housed in nearby worker villages. In the 1990s, archaeologists uncovered the remains of one such village near the base of the Giza Plateau. It had bakeries, butcheries, storage areas, even a hospital. The skeletons found showed signs of repetitive stress injuries, but also good nutrition and healed bones, evidence that these weren't abused slaves but valued workers. They ate meat. They received medical care. They were part of something monumental. You pass one of the now quiet quarries where limestone blocks were once carved. Marks from copper tools still dot the stone, a kind of ancient graffiti. It's easy to forget how much of this pyramid was shaped by hand. No machines, no digital blueprints, just line after line of men dragging, lifting, aligning, sweating, and chanting songs to the gods as they did it. And then there's the question of timing. Estimates vary, but most experts believe the pyramid was completed in about 20 years. That's roughly one block every 2 to 3 minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 2 decades straight. That sounds impossible. Until you realize they likely had multiple teams working simultaneously on different tiers, different sides, different support structures. It was a logistical miracle, and a mathematical one. Still, even now, the Great Pyramid holds secrets. In 2017, scientists using a technique called muon tomography, basically a kind of cosmic X-ray, discovered a previously unknown void inside the pyramid above the Grand Gallery. It's massive, at least 100 feet long, and completely inaccessible. No one knows what's in it. No one knows why it's there. It could be structural, or symbolic, or both. You sit at the base of the pyramid, letting your back rest against the stone. It's cooler than you expected. The light is fading, and the top of the structure glows softly in the twilight. You imagine what it looked like when it was new, covered in smooth white Tura limestone that reflected the sun like a beacon. In ancient times, it wasn't brown and jagged. It gleamed. It glowed. It probably blinded people at noon. And that missing capstone, it might have been gold. Or electrum, a blend of gold and silver. Placed at the very top, it would have caught the sun at sunrise and sunset, sending light cascading down the faces of the pyramid. A literal ray of divinity piercing the sky. You think about Khufu now, not the pyramid, but the man. A pharaoh so powerful that he could marshal tens of thousands to build this monument, yet so mysterious that we barely know anything about him. His body was never found. His sarcophagus lies empty. His reign is mostly remembered through this structure, and even that memory is argued over endlessly. Some ancient historians like Herodotus claimed Khufu was a tyrant. Others saw him as a visionary, but whoever he was, he built something that not only outlasted him, but outlasted empires, languages, religions, and entire civilizations. It's still here, still watching, still confusing everyone. You close your eyes and lean your head back against the stone. There's a comfort in how much we don't know. In a world where everything feels searchable, downloadable, and explainable, the Great Pyramid remains a stone paradox, a monument to both human ambition and human limits. Maybe that's what makes it eternal. The desert night deepens as you leave the gleaming stones of the Great Pyramid behind. But you're not done with tombs, not by a long shot. Tonight's journey takes a darker turn into a part of Egyptian history that feels oddly personal. Not about monuments or mysteries etched in stone, but something more intimate. Something unsettling. Because this next chapter isn't about who built the tombs. It's about who broke them. You're heading back to the Valley of the Kings, but this time, not as a witness to royal glory or architectural triumph. You're stepping into a crime scene 3,000 years old and still unsolved. The practice of defacing or looting tombs in ancient Egypt is often blamed on outsiders, invaders, grave robbers, looters in the chaos of empire collapse. But some of the worst destruction, it was done by Egyptians themselves, and not random ones either by royal decree. You pause outside a once beautiful tomb. The entrance is crumbling now, half swallowed by rock and sand. You step inside, and instantly the cool air wraps around you like a damp sheet. Your lantern flickers over what remains of the wall art. A god with his head scratched out. Hieroglyphs chipped away, names gouged to the bone. This was someone's afterlife, and it was vandalized. The ancient Egyptians believed that to erase a name was to destroy a soul. Without a name, you couldn't be remembered. Without memory, you couldn't live in the afterlife. So what you're seeing here, it isn't just graffiti. It's execution. Cosmic assassination. You shine your light along the wall, pausing on what looks like a set of wings. Maybe Maat, the goddess of truth and balance. Her face is gone, her feathers peeled away by ancient chisels. Not looters looking for gold, not opportunists. These were methodical strikes often ordered from above. Pharaohs wiping out the legacies of their rivals. Start with Hatshepsut. She ruled Egypt for over 20 years, one of the most successful and peaceful reigns in Egyptian history. She built temples, funded trade expeditions, and declared herself pharaoh complete with the beard and crown. And then, after her death, Her name was chiseled out from monuments, her statues broken, her images defaced. For decades, historians blamed her stepson and successor, Thutmose III, for the destruction, jealousy, revenge, the usual royal drama. But more recent theories suggest it may have been done much later, possibly under the rule of religious conservatives who viewed her female kingship as heresy. You stand in silence, picturing Hatshepsut's face, once carved proudly into temples, now surviving only in fragments. Her tomb, at least, was never found violated. But her legacy, that was nearly erased. And she's not alone. Next up, Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh, the sun disk enthusiast, the radical who tried to erase Egypt's entire pantheon and install a single god, the Aten, in their place. His reign was disruptive, chaotic, filled with artistic and spiritual experimentation. And when he died, Egypt hit the reset button. Temples to Aten were destroyed. His name was scratched out of inscriptions. His image vanished from walls. Even his city Akhetaten was abandoned and left to crumble in the desert. To erase Akhenaten was to pretend he had never ruled. And for a while it worked. You wouldn't know it by looking at a 19th dynasty temple. No mention of him. No echoes of his monotheism. His successors went so far as to retroactively remove him from king lists, those official roll calls of pharaohs etched into stone like a government filing cabinet. Akhenaten wasn't just canceled, he was deleted. Your lantern flickers again. You turn and see another defaced face, this one belonging to Seti II. His figure carved into a limestone relief, now missing his nose and mouth. Not just random damage, very specific. In Egyptian belief to breathe and speak in the afterlife, your image had to be intact. These weren't just acts of destruction. They were spiritual sabotage. So why did Egyptians do this to their own? Sometimes it was political, removing rivals, rewriting succession lines. If Pharaoh A hated Pharaoh B, he'd just sandblast his name off monuments and replace it with his own. Other times, it was religious, an effort to stamp out heresies and restore orthodoxy. And sometimes it was financial. In times of economic crisis, tombs were looted by temple officials or even by royal decree. Gold, after all, doesn't pay for temples, but it can be recycled. You walk deeper into the tomb, into one of the side chambers. A sarcophagus once stood here. The walls are still painted with scenes from the Amduat, the journey through the underworld. But entire panels have been hacked away, names scrubbed, gods decapitated. It's hard not to feel the weight of it. These weren't just stories. They were someone's eternity. There's something oddly modern about all this, like a state-led historical rewrite. Today, we delete social media posts. We rewrite textbooks. In ancient Egypt, they just reached for a chisel. Even Ramses II, the great builder, pulled this trick. He inscribed his cartouche over earlier kings' monuments to claim them as his own. Sneaky, definitely, but effective. For centuries, people thought Ramses built half of Egypt. Turns out he just had good branding. You make your way back toward the entrance. Outside, the stars have taken over the sky. Above you, constellations the Egyptians knew well, Orion associated with Osiris, and Sirius herald of the Nile flood, twinkle silently, eternal, unreachable. Inside, beneath those stars, so many tombs were unmade, not by time, not by weather, but by intention. Still, it didn't always work. Ironically, many of the figures Egypt tried to erase are now among the most famous. Hatshepsut, Akhenaten, even Tutankhamun, whose name was almost completely forgotten, only to become the most recognizable pharaoh on Earth, thanks to one intact tomb and one very determined archaeologist. You smile at that. History has a funny way of keeping receipts. You pause at the doorway and look back one last time. The walls are cracked. The names are damaged. The stories are half erased. But they're still here. Still speaking. Quietly. Maybe that's the lesson. You can try to erase a name, a face, a memory. You can chisel out the gods, plaster over the queens, sand away the pharaohs. But stone remembers. Dust remembers. And sometimes so does a weary traveler with a flickering light, wandering through the silence of things that refuse to be forgotten. It takes a different kind of courage to visit a city that no longer lives above water. You stand at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. Now the sky stretched wide and blue. Overhead, the breeze sharp with salt, and the whispers of something long lost beneath the waves. There's no great monument on this shoreline, no golden spires, no towering gates. But beneath your feet, and several meters beneath the surface of the sea, lies the ghost of Herakleion, also called Thonis by the ancient Egyptians. Herakleion was once one of Egypt's greatest port cities. It thrived at the mouth of the Nile, serving as the gateway between Egypt and the wider Mediterranean world. Before Alexandria was even a glint in Alexander the Great's eye, Herakleion was the place where foreign ships came to dock trade and pay homage to the gods. And then, it was gone. For centuries, Herakleion existed only in memory. Ancient texts mentioned it, sure scribes spoke of its riches, its temples, its sacred canals, but no one could quite agree on where it had been. Some thought it was just a poetic flourish, a myth, a name swallowed by the shifting sands of time. Until 2000, Harn, when underwater archaeologist Frank Gaudio and his team found it. You lean forward now, peering into the shimmering waters of Abukir Bay, where divers once uncovered vast stone ruins lying silently on the seabed. Giant statues of Egyptian gods, inscribed stelae in perfect condition, sphinxes, altars, columns, ceremonial boats, all preserved in silt and seawater. A sunken Atlantis, but real. As you close your eyes, you imagine walking through Herakleion as it once was. Streets bustling with traders from all over the known world. Phoenicians with purple dye, Greeks with olive oil, Libyans with livestock. Priests chanting in the great temple of Amun-Gareb, one of the most sacred in all of Egypt, where pharaohs came to receive the divine approval that legitimized their rule. And rising above it all, monumental statues of gods and kings carved from red granite and hoisted onto platforms that would later slip beneath the tide. The city was built on islands, connected by canals and bridges. It floated, in a sense, a hybrid of Venice and Memphis, a place of wealth and spirituality, but also strategic power. Herakleion controlled trade, controlled access to the Nile. It was Egypt's beating commercial heart. So, what happened? The short version: nature doesn't play favorites. Over time, the weight of Herakleion's massive temples and stone buildings weakened the soft waterlogged clay beneath them. Earthquakes, rising sea levels, and a gradual phenomenon known as soil liquefaction eventually caused whole sections of the city to sink. Not in a day, not in a dramatic flood, but over centuries. Herakleion didn't drown in a disaster movie. It settled quietly into its own grave, and then Alexandria rose to take its place. The new city, founded by Alexander in 331 BCE, became the jewel of the coast. As Heracleion slipped into legend, Alexandria rose in stone libraries and power. Heracleion was forgotten, its memory surviving only in papyri, and the suspiciously wistful poems of travelers who never quite believed it was truly gone. But the sea remembers. You dive now figuratively anyway, into the world beneath the waves. What Gaudio's team found in the early 2000s stunned the archaeological world. The ruins were nearly pristine. The thick Nile silt had acted like a blanket protecting the site from erosion, from looters, even from time. They discovered entire temples beneath the sea. Stone docks, over 700 ancient anchors, dozens of shipwrecks dating back over 2,000 years, gold coins and ceramic jugs, ritual artifacts, papyrus boats preserved so well they could have been carved yesterday. It was like unearthing Pompeii if Pompeii were hiding in 20 feet of seawater. And the statues, my gods, the statues. You think of the massive red granite sculpture of Happy God of the Nile flood still sitting upright on the seabed arms, crossed in eternal calm. Or the colossal statues of a pharaoh and his queen, each over 16 feet tall, lying side by side beneath the surface like sleeping titans. Their faces are serene, their power unmistakable. Even underwater, they command reverence. But this isn't just about beautiful ruins. The discovery of Heracleion revealed a side of ancient Egypt we don't usually see: a cosmopolitan, multicultural cross-border metropolis. Artifacts recovered from the site include inscriptions in both Egyptian and Greek, temples to both native gods and imported deities. A city that didn't just welcome foreigners, it fused their cultures into something unique. It also changed our understanding of Egypt's final dynasties. Until Heracleion was discovered, scholars debated how integrated Egypt was with the wider Mediterranean world in the late period. But Heracleion shows us that Greek traders, officials, and even soldiers were active participants in Egyptian society well before Alexander's conquest. It wasn't just invasion, it was interaction. You swim mentally through these stone corridors, these submerged sanctuaries. In the temple precinct, divers found ceremonial offerings, small votive objects made of faience gold and bronze, statuettes of Osiris, amulets, miniature boats, and beneath one collapsed wall, the remnants of a sacred bark shrine, a boat-shaped container used to house the god's image during rituals. Imagine that priests in white linen carrying the god's image on festival days, music and incense trailing behind them, the crowd pressing forward in awe. And now, the god floats once more beneath the waves. In perfect silence, you exhale slowly. There's something peaceful about it. Heracleion isn't just a ruin, it's a preserved moment in time, a sunken breath, a temple dreaming underwater, and it's not done speaking. To this day, excavations continue. Much of the city remains buried beneath mud and sediment untouched. Every dive yields new discoveries: pottery, jewelry, tools, coins, even shipping manifests carved in stone. And unlike many land-based digs, the underwater environment offers a kind of preservation you can't find anywhere else. You rise from your perch near the shore and glance back toward the water. Somewhere beneath those small waves lie the bones of a city that once crowned Egypt's northern coast. A place of gods and merchants, of rituals and repairs, of tides and memory. Heracleion may never rise again, but it was never truly lost. It was just waiting to be seen. The light has shifted again, soft and golden as you drift back inland. Your sandals crunch gently over the dry gravel path that leads you toward the most famous face in the world. Yes, we're heading back to the Sphinx, but not to admire its enigmatic expression or speculate about secret tunnels. This time, the question is simpler and far more controversial. How old is the Great Sphinx, really? You approach slowly, its massive limestone paws stretched out ahead like a cat sunning itself after a long nap. But this cat isn't lounging, it's guarding. And it has been for a very, very long time. The traditional view, accepted by most Egyptologists, dates the Sphinx to around 2500 BCE. That would make it roughly the same age as the Pyramid of Khafra, who is believed to have commissioned it. Seems reasonable, right? After all, the Sphinx sits just in front of Khafra's pyramid, and some inscriptions nearby tie it loosely to his reign. But there's a problem. The erosion on the Sphinx doesn't match that timeline. You crouch beside the stone body, running your hand along the deep vertical fissures that slice through its flanks. They're not the crisp, horizontal weathering patterns you'd expect from thousands of years of wind and sand. No, these grooves are rounder, softer, more like water damage. That's exactly what geologist Robert Schoch proposed in the 1990s. After examining the Sphinx up close, he concluded that the kind of erosion visible on its body could only have been caused by sustained rainfall, something Egypt hasn't seen in large quantities since long before 2500 BCE. In fact, Schoch suggested the erosion patterns point to a date closer to 7000 BCE or even earlier. That's 4,500 years older than the pyramids. You sit back on your heels and let that sink in. If the Sphinx is really that old, then everything we think we know about the origins of Egyptian civilization would need to be rewritten. It would mean that an advanced society existed in the Nile Valley thousands of years before the pharaohs capable of carving massive monuments directly out of bedrock. Mainstream scholars weren't thrilled. They pointed out that no artifacts, no inscriptions, and no architectural context from that earlier period support such an idea. They also argued that rain wasn't the only possible cause of erosion. Rising groundwater salt, crystallization, and millennia of atmospheric conditions could produce similar patterns. Fair enough, but Schoch's theory struck a nerve because it didn't stand alone. Over the years, others have noted that the head of the Sphinx appears disproportionately small compared to the body. Some believe it was recarved possibly multiple times, which could mean the original sculpture looked completely different. Maybe a lion, maybe a jackal, maybe something else entirely. You lean back and stare at the Sphinx's profile. It's worn, sure, but still majestic. The neck curves forward gracefully, the paws stretched in eternal patience. But the head, it's unusually tight, almost cartoonishly small for the rest of the body. If the monument were a modern sculpture, you'd think the artist had run out of stone before finishing the face. This has led some researchers to propose that the Sphinx may have originally been carved much earlier as an animal or symbolic guardian before being reworked into the pharaoh's likeness during the Old Kingdom. That would explain the erosion and the weird proportions. And if the Sphinx predates dynastic Egypt, then who built it? That's where things get messy. Some fringe theorists point to a lost civilization, a pre-dynastic culture with advanced knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and stonework. Others go further, way further, and throw around terms like Atlantis or extraterrestrials. You can almost feel the collective groan of 100 archaeologists rolling their eyes in unison. But let's pause here. Let's not chase aliens or crystal pyramids. Let's just consider something simpler, that ancient Egypt didn't spring up overnight. That maybe there were cultural layers beneath the layers. A prehistory we haven't fully uncovered yet. You glance around the Giza Plateau. To the north, the pyramids rise in stoic formation, To the south, excavations continue around a temple site that once faced the Sphinx, directly the so-called Sphinx Temple. Its massive limestone blocks were quarried from the same pit that birthed the Sphinx itself, meaning they were likely carved at the same time. And yet the architectural style of the temple feels older than Old Kingdom. Blocks weighing over 200 tons were carefully placed together without mortar methods rarely used again in Egyptian architecture. It's one of the few places in Egypt where the further back you go, the more precise the stonework becomes, which is strange. Most civilizations get better at building as they go, but here, it's like the best engineers showed up early, made a few masterpieces, and vanished before the textbooks were written. You look back at the Sphinx's face, damaged but dignified. Some have argued it doesn't even resemble Khafre. The facial features differ. The jawline, the cheekbones, the expression, it's subtle, but there's room for doubt. Without an inscription, it's all guesswork. And when it comes to the Sphinx, inscriptions are notably missing. You wonder what the builders were thinking as they chiseled into the bedrock. Were they creating a monument to watch the stars? A guardian for some lost city? A marker for a now-vanished temple? Or were they just carving what they saw in their dreams? The Sphinx's gaze faces due east toward the rising sun. That's no accident. Some scholars believe it was a line to greet the equinox when day and night are equal, a moment of cosmic balance. Others think it was tied to Leo the Lion constellation, and that during the age of Leo, around 10500 BCE, the Sphinx and the stars would have been in perfect harmony. That date again, 10500 BCE. It keeps showing up like a rumor that refuses to die. Maybe it's all coincidence, patterns in the sand, or maybe, just maybe, someone very ancient carved the Sphinx long before Khafre ever picked up a scepter. Someone who watched the stars closely. Someone who knew the sky was a clock and that the Sphinx was its hand. You stretch your legs and step back from the monument. The wind picks up slightly, carrying grains of sand across your shoes. The tourists are mostly gone now. The guards are on break. For a moment, it's just you and the Lion King alone together in the silence of twilight. You don't need to solve the mystery tonight. In fact, you probably won't. Historians still debate whether the Sphinx is Old Kingdom pre-dynastic or something entirely unexpected. The evidence is murky. The erosion is unusual. And the truth, if it exists at all, is buried beneath layers of time and stone. But what you do know is this: the Sphinx endures. Long before we argued about its age, its meaning, or its face, it was already watching. Long after we've moved on to newer theories and flashier conspiracies, it will still be here, weathered, patient, and impossible. And maybe that's its greatest mystery of all. You head back into the folds of history, now deeper into the tapestry of the Amarna period, where golden masks and temple columns give way to ambiguity and shifting identities. The stars are out again, faint pinpricks above the Nile, as if the heavens themselves are trying to piece together one of ancient Egypt's strangest puzzles. You're thinking about a name, a short reign, a fading face, Menkaure. Even Egyptologists say it slowly, as if unsure whether they're saying it right or saying a real name at all. Menkaure was a pharaoh, yes, but maybe not. A man, probably, but maybe not. A ruler in his own right, or perhaps a shadow of someone else. You sit on a smooth stone under a shallow overhang and listen to the night. The Amarna period doesn't speak loudly. It whispers, buried under contradictions and a lack of evidence. Still, what little we do know about Menkaure is enough to send ripples through everything else. The first thing to understand is the context. Akhenaten had turned Egypt upside down with his Aten experiment. One god, one city, one massive middle finger to centuries of tradition. He ruled for 17 years, and near the end things started unraveling. Famine, disease, enemies at the border. Even the god king couldn't stop reality from closing in. And that's when Menkaure appears. He emerges like a ghost in the records, barely there, sometimes called a co-regent, sometimes a successor, sometimes both. His name is found on a few inscriptions on a box or two in Tutankhamun's tomb, and maybe on a handful of damaged reliefs in Amarna. There's a crown, a throne name Ankheperure, a cartouche, and then nothing, gone. You brush your palm over the surface of a weathered wall, wondering if the name was carved here once, only to be scraped off later. Because if Menkaure did rule, it wasn't for long. A year, maybe two, maybe only months. And that small window between Akhenaten's death and Tutankhamun's rise, that's where the confusion lives. Some scholars believe Menkaure was Akhenaten's brother. Others argue he was a son, or even a cousin. The more daring theories suggest he was Nefertiti herself, taking on a male name and identity to rule alone after Akhenaten's death, the way Hatshepsut had done generations before. The evidence slippery. There are inscriptions that refer to Ankheperure Neferneferuaten, which may or may not be the same person. Some texts use male pronouns, others feminine. The royal epithets blur, cartouches overlap, names are erased and rewritten. Even the artwork is vague figures with narrow waists, ambiguous faces, and deliberately androgynous features. It's like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces belong to a different set. You stand and begin walking slowly through the ruins of Amarna. The stones crunch beneath your feet. This was once the capital of Akhenaten's religious revolution, the city he built from nothing in honor of the Aten. Temples, palaces, gardens, all rising from the desert in record time, and now rubble, low walls, sand. But in its prime, Amarna would have been vibrant. Strange, yes, but alive. Here Menkaure may have walked beside Akhenaten, or in his place. May have offered incense to the rising sun. May have sat on a throne of gold. May have worn the double crown, or may have been Nefertiti, dressed in pharaonic regalia, ruling in secret, or in open defiance of her enemies. You reach a ruined tomb, a cliffside chamber cut deep into the rock. It's labeled as the tomb of Akhenaten, but some speculate it may have also served as a burial site for Menkaure. Inside, the decoration is sparse, the burial incomplete. Nothing was ever found here except dust and speculation. And then there's KV 55, a tomb discovered in the Valley of the Kings, not far from Tutankhamun's, containing a single desecrated coffin. The face had been ripped off the gilded mask. The name had been removed from the cartouche. The body inside male, mid-30s. Possibly Akhenaten. Possibly Menkaure. Possibly someone else entirely. DNA testing has only complicated matters. The mummy in KV 55 is a close relative of Tutankhamun, either his father or uncle. That narrows it down to Akhenaten or Menkaure, assuming they were distinct people. But if they weren't, if Menkaure was just another name for Nefertiti or a ceremonial title for a transitional ruler, then the waters only get murkier. Historians still debate whether Menkaure was a placeholder pharaoh or part of a larger political game. If he was a separate individual, Why are there no clear depictions? Why so few inscriptions? Why no tomb with his name? If he was Nefertiti in disguise, why not rule under her own name as Hatshepsut once did? You sit again this time on a slab of broken limestone and let your thoughts settle. It's tempting to assign clear motives to history. We like our timelines clean, our identities solid. Pharaohs should have crowns, tombs, statues, funerals. Menkaure doesn't. He's a smudge, a liminal figure stuck between regimes, perhaps erased deliberately to ease the transition from chaos to restoration. And maybe that's why he or she was forgotten. Tutankhamun, young and malleable, restored the old gods. He left Amarna behind, returned the capital to Thebes, and aligned himself with the Amun priesthood. It was damage control. The memory of Atenism had to be buried, and anything or anyone associated with it had to go with it. Menkaure was a casualty of that cleansing, but like so many ghosts in Egyptian history, he didn't stay gone. Modern historians keep digging, not just in tombs, but in museum storerooms, inscriptions, and DNA samples. Every new discovery adds a sliver of light, a relief here, a name, fragment there, a shared epithet that turns one theory on its head and revives another from the grave. You imagine Menkaure standing at the edge of a balcony in Amarna, the desert stretching out in every direction. A pharaoh, a placeholder, a queen, a ghost, watching the sun dip below the horizon, knowing that history would forget and still choosing to wear the crown anyway. You rise and begin your walk back across the silent stones. The air smells like sand and memory. Whoever Menkaure was, they ruled, however briefly, however anonymously, and in a strange way, that fleeting presence, that uncertainty, is their legacy. Because some stories are meant to be told in whispers, night deepens, but the journey doesn't pause. You find yourself traveling further down the Nile past tombs and temples until you reach a quieter, stranger part of Egypt's spiritual geography. Not a grand city or a royal necropolis this time, but a realm of rituals, rebirth, and shadows. You're heading into the domain of Osiris. You've heard his name before? Osiris, the green-skinned god of the dead, ruler of the underworld, the divine judge who weighs your heart against a feather to determine your eternal fate. But Osiris wasn't just a symbol. He was a cult, a movement, a mystery so powerful and secretive that even today we only understand pieces of it. You stop now in Abydos, the ancient religious center associated with Osiris. The temple here doesn't draw crowds like Karnak or Luxor. There's no grand pylon waiting at the entrance. But there's something else, a weight in the air, a presence, as if you're walking into a place that remembers its purpose even if no one's performed the rites in thousands of years. You approach the Temple of Seti I, and already the wall carvings catch your eye, not just because they're exquisitely detailed, but because they're so focused on death, resurrection, and the beyond. This place wasn't built for living gods. It was built for dying ones. According to myth, Osiris was once a living king of Egypt, beloved and wise. But his jealous brother Set murdered him, cut him into pieces, and scattered them across the land. His wife Isis gathered the parts and reassembled them, breathing life back into his body, long enough to conceive their son Horus. Osiris then descended into the underworld, not as a victim, but as its king. From that point on, every Egyptian death was a reenactment of his journey. But here's where it gets deeper. The cult of Osiris wasn't just mythology. It was a spiritual system with real-world rituals, temples, and initiation paths. Being initiated into his mysteries meant more than knowing his story. It meant living it. You step inside one of the dark halls of the temple. The sandstone cools the air. Your breath echoes softly, and you notice a sequence of chambers carved in deliberate alignment, each decorated with increasingly symbolic and abstract art. This isn't just architecture, it's a journey. Some scholars believe the very design of the Temple of Osiris at Abydos was intended to mimic the soul's path through the afterlife. Initiates, likely high-ranking priests or pharaohs, would progress through these chambers in ritual sequences, experiencing symbolic death and rebirth. The carvings grow stranger as you go, the light thinner, the walls seemingly breathing with meaning. You enter a narrow chamber near the back. This is where the Osirian resurrection rituals are believed to have culminated. Ceremonies that involved reenacting the dismemberment and reassembly of the god. Participants would chant, pour sacred oils, offer images of the body parts, and call down the power of Isis to bind them together. If it sounds theatrical, that's because it was. Ancient Egyptian religion wasn't just about belief. It was about performance, ritual, repetition. By reliving the myth, they believed they could secure the same fate resurrection. Eternal life. You hear a drop of water echo from a corner, and imagine a priest standing here 3,000 years ago, torchlight, flickering across gold leaf and incense smoke, chanting the 72 names of Osiris under his breath. This wasn't just religion, it was transformation. The cult of Osiris wasn't limited to Abydos. Temples dedicated to him or incorporating his rites existed all over Egypt. But Abydos was the spiritual capital. Every Egyptian, rich or poor, hoped to be buried here, or at least to have a cenotaph, a symbolic tomb. To lie in Abydos was to be closer to Osiris, to mimic his journey, to follow him into the dark and hopefully back out again. You walk through an open court now, where ancient pilgrims once gathered. Some came during the annual Passion Play, when priests would reenact the death and resurrection of Osiris in a public ritual. It was part pageant, part pilgrimage, part sacred theater. They'd carry statues of Osiris through the desert, stopping at key stations that mirrored parts of his myth, his murder, his scattering, his reassembly. You can almost hear the procession now. Drums, sobbing, chanting, dust rising under sandaled feet. The fear and awe of standing in the middle of a story too big to understand and too old to question. The cult wasn't all public spectacle, though. Much of it was deeply secretive. Like the later Greek Eleusinian mysteries or the Roman Mithraic rites, the innermost truths of the Osiris cult weren't written down. We know the names of certain prayers. We know the outline of rituals. But the final experience, the real transformation, was protected, veiled. Historians still debate whether this secrecy was about preserving power, spiritual reverence, or both. The mystery was part of the appeal. The less said, the more sacred it became. You pass a side chamber covered in graffiti, not ancient vandalism, but prayers left by Egyptian pilgrims from centuries after the temple's prime. Their handwriting is rushed, awkward, real. It's easy to imagine them scratching a prayer into the wall, hoping Osiris would hear them. A childless mother, a grieving husband, a farmer hoping the harvest would last through winter. The cult of Osiris offered something profound, not just paradise, but continuity. If a god could die in return, then so could you. The promise wasn't escape, it was renewal, and that promise endured. Even as the dynasties crumbled and foreign rulers arrived, Persians, Greeks, Romans, the Osiris cult continued. His myths, blended with local deities, transformed through centuries and left a legacy that echoes even in modern religious thought. Concepts like bodily resurrection, judgment after death, and divine kingship, all shaped in part by Osiris. You leave the temple now and walk toward the desert behind it. Scattered tombs dot the hills, some royal, some humble. Abydos is filled with cenotaphs, empty tombs, for those who couldn't afford to be buried here, but wanted to pretend. That's how deep the belief ran. People built false graves just to be near Osiris in spirit. You stop on a rise, looking out across the darkened landscape. Somewhere beneath your feet, the ancient rites played out in full. Secrets whispered, names spoken. Bodies mummified, not out of superstition, but out of cosmic logic. You can't see Osiris, but you feel him, not as a green-skinned man on a throne, but as an idea death that doesn't end in nothingness. Transformation without finality. A reminder that everything buried is only waiting to grow again. You let the wind wrap around you. It's cooler now, quiet, sacred, and you understand why they worshipped here. Because some gods don't rule with lightning or fire. Some gods are quiet, patient, and eternal. You follow the Nile northward, once more, the stars gently shifting above your head, and arrive in a place where ancient legends dissolve into stubborn silence. You're in Alexandria now, or at least the shell of it. Once the heart of Mediterranean intellect and power, its modern skyline masks layers of lost history buried beneath concrete sea and centuries of forgetfulness. Somewhere beneath this very ground, or maybe under the surrounding sea, is the final resting place of Egypt's most famous queen, Cleopatra Setos VII, the last pharaoh, the last of the Ptolemies, the last great ruler before the sands of Roman rule swept over Egypt for good, and her tomb is still missing. You glance up at the moon, letting its light guide your imagination back more than 2,000 years. Cleopatra wasn't born of Egyptian royalty. She was Greek, descended from Ptolemy I, a general under Alexander the Great. But she embraced Egypt more than many native rulers did. She learned the language, honored its gods, and ruled with both ruthlessness and intelligence. History remembers her for her romances with Julius Caesar than with Mark Antony. But she was more than a lover. She was a strategist, a linguist, a ruler who held a fractured kingdom together with willpower and guile even as the world crumbled around her. And then she died, or rather, chose to die. In 30 BCE, as Octavian's forces closed in on Alexandria, Cleopatra locked herself in her mausoleum. Legend says she took her own life, using a venomous asp smuggled in a basket of figs. Others claim she drank poison, or used a sharp hairpin dipped in toxin. Whatever the method, one thing was clear: she went on her own terms. And reportedly, she was buried with Mark Antony in a tomb of her own design. And yet, for all her fame, no one has ever found that tomb. You wander through the ruins of Alexandria, your footsteps soft on modern pavement, layered over ancient avenues. Somewhere underfoot might be the palace district, the royal quarter, where Cleopatra lived, ruled, and possibly died. But most of it is gone now, lost to earthquakes, tsunamis, and centuries of urban sprawl. And then there's the sea. Much of ancient Alexandria sank beneath the waves after a series of catastrophic events beginning in the 4th century CE. In the bay, divers have found remnants of palaces, statues, columns, even possible fragments of Cleopatra's temple to Isis. The underwater city is tantalizing, beautiful, and frustratingly incomplete. But so far, no tomb. You shift your focus inland now to a site called Taposiris Magna, the Great Tomb of Osiris, about 30 miles west of Alexandria. For years, archaeologist Kathleen Martinez has led excavations here, believing it might hold the tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. The reasoning it was a sacred site, dedicated to Osiris and Isis, the god and goddess Cleopatra deeply identified with. If she saw herself as Isis, it would make poetic sense for her to be buried in a temple to the god who was both consort and corpse. And the site has yielded some compelling clues. Martinez's team has uncovered royal statues, coins bearing Cleopatra's image, a carved stele referring to pharaohs, and underground passageways that suggest a hidden chamber may still lie sealed below. She's even found evidence of elite burials in the vicinity, mummies with golden tongues placed in their mouths, possibly meant to help them speak in the afterlife. Still, critics argue that Taposiris Magna is too far removed from the royal center of Alexandria to serve as Cleopatra's tomb. No inscriptions link her to the site definitively. And if Octavian allowed her a royal burial, as some Roman historians suggest, wouldn't he have insisted on a more controlled, visible location? You pause near a column base half buried in a garden that's mostly been forgotten. Somewhere nearby, a Roman historian once wrote that Cleopatra's tomb was filled with gold, silver, emeralds, ivory, and precious artifacts from every corner of her kingdom. If that's true, and the tomb remains intact, it could be one of the most spectacular archaeological finds in history. But if it's true, because there's another possibility, the tomb was destroyed, looted, razed. Maybe by early Christians who saw her as a pagan temptress. Maybe by natural disaster. Maybe by later Roman emperors eager to erase her cult of personality. Or maybe she was never buried at all. Some fringe theories suggest Cleopatra's body was secretly cremated or tossed into the sea. Others think Octavian took her remains back to Rome as a morbid trophy. It wouldn't be the first time empire took something sacred and put it on display, but there's no evidence for that. No confirmation. Just more silence. And so the myth of Cleopatra's tomb lives on, not as a fact to be found, but as a question that haunts the edges of every excavation in this region. Every tunnel, every cave, every slab of ancient stone cracked open in hopes of hearing her name whispered back. You sit now quietly beneath a fig tree near the ruins of Taposiris Magna. The branches sway gently, and you wonder what she'd think of all this, of the obsession with her death, with her love affairs, with the tomb that refuses to appear. Cleopatra was brilliant, educated in philosophy, astronomy, politics. She wrote treatises. She navigated a kingdom full of spies and traitors and Roman ambitions. She held Egypt in her hands while it was falling apart. And yet, in the end, history reduced her to a seductress. A woman with eyeliner and charm, an asp in a basket. And maybe that's the real mystery, not where her tomb is, but why we still struggle to see her fully. Still, the idea of her final resting place waiting silently underground has power. The tomb, if found, could contain her writings, her face preserved in sculpture or in gold, her final thoughts etched in hieroglyphs, the last chapter of a queen who ruled her own fate until the very end. You rise and walk slowly toward the outer wall of the temple where the stones crumble into the desert. If she is here beneath your feet, she is surrounded by silence now. No marble, no priests, no perfume, just the sand, the night, and the slow memory of a woman who refused to die quietly. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's why her tomb remains hidden, because some stories insist on staying legendary. The air in the Valley of the Kings always feels a little heavier at night. Maybe it's the weight of so many lives buried beneath your feet. Maybe it's just the temperature drop that tricks your senses into thinking something shifted. Or maybe it's because this place so still, so dry, so dust-swept, is full of tombs that don't answer the questions we keep asking them. One of those tombs goes by a name that sounds like a robot malfunctioning, KV-55. But don't let the technical label fool you. KV-55 is one of the strangest, most confusing archaeological sites in Egypt. A place so steeped in contradictions that it's often called the Tomb of Chaos. And tonight, you're walking straight into it. Discovered in 1907 by a team working under Theodore M. Davis, KV-55 is located not far from the famous tomb of Tutankhamun. When it was first opened, the diggers found a sealed entrance and a modest burial chamber containing a jumble of artifacts. Nothing orderly, nothing ceremonial, just scattered history. There was a gilded coffin with its face hacked off, a set of disassembled canopic jars with female heads, Amarna-style shrine fragments, and a single mummy lying awkwardly inside a desecrated sarcophagus. The whole place felt like someone had hastily shoved the past into a closet and slammed the door. You lower your lantern and step inside the dark chamber. The limestone walls are undecorated, bare, unceremonial. The only sound is the soft shift of sand underfoot. This tomb wasn't meant to be found, or maybe it was never meant to exist at all. A temporary resting place, a cover-up, a puzzle wrapped in plaster and disrespect. At first, researchers weren't even sure whose body they'd found. The gilded coffin had no identifying name. The faceplate had been removed, deliberately scraped down to bare wood. The sarcophagus was too long for the body inside. Some of the shrine pieces bore the names of Queen Akhenaten's mother. Others linked to Kia Akhenaten's lesser-known wife. But the body, that was the real riddle. Initial assumptions said it must be a woman, probably Kia, because of the delicate features and the confusion over the canopic jars. But later, analyses said male, then a teenager, then a man in his 20s. Then after CT scans and DNA tests, a man in his mid-30s closely related to Tutankhamun, and that changed everything. If the mummy was male around 35 and closely related to Tutankhamun, that narrowed things down significantly. The most likely candidate, Akhenaten himself, the heretic king, the sun worshipper, the radical who flipped Egypt's religion upside down and dared to erase the old gods. But if it is Akhenaten, why was he buried like this? You kneel beside the empty sarcophagus, picturing it as it once was, gilded, painted, ornate, designed to house someone important, someone divine. And yet now, it's defaced, its name chiseled out, its purpose unclear. Why would Akhenaten, a pharaoh who built his own city and owned temples, be tossed into a spare tomb like a political embarrassment? Maybe because he was a political embarrassment. After Akhenaten's death, Egypt tried to erase everything he stood for. His name was scratched from records. His temples were dismantled. His city Amarna was abandoned. And if this was his body, then it too had to go. but not into a proper royal tomb. Just somewhere, anywhere, out of the way. KV-55 then wasn't a burial. It was damage control. There's more. One of the canopic jars, clearly meant for a woman, had an inscription referencing a beloved of Neferkheperur, one of Akhenaten's throne names. So was this jar for Kia, his wife, or Nefertiti, his co-ruler? And why were female burial goods placed next to what turned out to be a male mummy? You exhale softly. The more you read about KV-55, the more it unravels. Nothing fits cleanly. Not the items. Not the age of the bones. Not the absence of inscriptions. And especially not the vibes. You know what doesn't help? The forensic evidence. DNA testing confirmed that the KV-55 mummy is almost certainly the father of Tutankhamun. That would make him Akhenaten, or a very closely related male. But skeletal measurements, dental wear, and cranial features have led some researchers to argue that the body is too young, that the bones belong to a man in his early 20s, not 30s. Not old enough to be Akhenaten, possibly Menkaure, or someone else entirely. Historians still debate whether Akhenaten died in his own city and was buried properly only to be moved to KV-55 later during the great religious cleanup of the 19th dynasty. Or maybe he was never properly buried at all. Maybe he was shuttled around like a radioactive relic too dangerous to display, too powerful to destroy. You sit down against the cool wall and look up at the ceiling. No stars painted there. No spells. No map of the underworld. Just rough rock. This was not a king's afterlife. It was a bureaucratic burial. A cover-up. And the more you think about it, the more tragic it feels. Imagine dedicating your life to a God of light and truth. Building temples open to the sky. Rewriting theology. Changing the direction of art and politics. And then dying only to be stuffed into an undecorated hole, your name carved out, your likeness, destroyed, your legacy treated like a crime. Maybe that's why KV-55 hits so hard. Because it feels like a royal failure, not just politically, but personally. A reminder that power doesn't guarantee peace. That even a pharaoh can end up unloved, unnamed, and unknown. You rise slowly, dusting yourself off. The wind outside has picked up, slipping through the tomb's entrance like a whisper. You take one last look at the empty space where a sarcophagus once stood. No treasures, no mourners, just the outline of a mystery that refuses to be solved. KV-55 isn't just a tomb, it's a statement, a rejection, a warning, and yet, it still holds its occupant, whoever he was, however briefly, because even when forgotten, even when buried in disgrace, he is still remembered now, puzzled over, researched, whispered about in the quiet of Egyptian nights. That perhaps is a kind of afterlife too. You leave the Valley of the Kings behind, but not the sense of loss. The sun rises again over the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert, and you follow a barely visible path into the flatlands of Middle Egypt, just south of modern-day Lisht. This time, you're not walking toward a pyramid or a temple. You're chasing a capital city that has completely disappeared. It was once called Ichtawi. Go ahead, try to say it out loud. Itjtawe. Not exactly a name that rolls off the tongue. And yet, for a brief and powerful moment in Egypt's Middle Kingdom, Ichtawi was the center of the universe, at least Egypt's universe. Pharaohs ruled from it. Armies marched out of it. Monumental architecture was planned within its walls, and today, no one knows exactly where it was. You glance over the wide plains dotted with irrigation canals and sugarcane fields. Somewhere beneath this farmland, beneath your very feet, lies an entire capital lost to time. Ichtawi was established by Pharaoh Amenemhat, founder of the 12th dynasty, around 1975 BCE. At the time, Egypt was trying to re-establish itself after the messy First Intermediate Period, a chaotic era when central authority collapsed and rival kings ruled from separate cities. Amenemhat wanted stability. He needed control. So he picked a new spot in Middle Egypt and built a capital from scratch. He called it Amenemhat Ichtawi, Amenemhat Caesar of the Two Lands. A pretty confident title even for a pharaoh. Its location was strategic somewhere near the Fayum region, close to the floodplains, but far enough from the old power bases to break from tradition. A fresh start, like someone moving out of their family home and building a brand new estate just far enough away that they could pretend they weren't still being watched. From Ichtawi, Amenemhat and his successors ruled for nearly 200 years. The 12th dynasty was a golden age for Egypt: economic reform, military expansion, major building projects, and perhaps most importantly, cultural revival. Many of the classic Egyptian tales and literary works we know today, like the tale of Sinuhe, were written during this era. Ichtawi was at the center of it all, and yet, here you are, standing in a field of cabbage and mud brick farmhouses with no stone markers, no majestic ruins, no signs pointing to lost capital this way. So what happened? The main reason Ichtawi vanished is simple. The Nile moved, and so did the people. Over centuries, the river shifted eastward, and with it, the focus of settlement. The city, probably built of mud brick, with few grand stone temples, simply faded back into the earth. Later dynasties repurposed its bricks, farmed over its ruins, and eventually forgot its name. You look to the nearby pyramids of El-Lisht, those of Amenemhat, Fari, and his son, Senusret. These are some of the only visible clues we have. They lie on the edge of what may have been Ichtawi's boundaries. Archaeologists believe the city itself was situated closer to the floodplain, where the land was fertile, trade routes converged, and river access was perfect. But the exact spot, still unknown. You kneel and run your hand through the soil, dark and loamy. Modern satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar have offered hints, anomalies, subsurface alignments, rectangles and straight lines that shouldn't appear naturally. But Egypt's modern population is dense in this region. Excavation would mean displacing villages, digging up someone's backyard. It's not so simple as rolling out a grid and starting a dig. And then there's the legend. Some scholars believe Ichtawi was never meant to last, that its purpose was temporary, a political move, not a spiritual one. It didn't have the religious aura of Thebes or the ancient authority of Memphis. It was administrative, a bureaucratic nerve center, functional, not sacred. When the 13th dynasty took over and things began to crumble again, Ichtawi slipped back into anonymity. That makes it even more tantalizing, because finding it wouldn't just be a great discovery. It would rewrite what we know about how Egypt transitioned from chaos to empire. It would show how cities were born not from stone, but from necessity, from political will, from urgency. You walk toward the crumbling base of Amenemhat's pyramid at El-Lisht. It's not impressive at first glance, just a heap of stones. Much of the fine casing was stripped away long ago, used to build mosques, houses, and roads. But once upon a time, this pyramid was part of a massive complex. Temples, tombs, causeways, mortuary chapels built to project power across the landscape. Nearby are smaller mastabas belonging to royal officials. Some of them still bear the names of high-ranking administrators, treasurers, general scribes. These were the men who managed Ichtawi. You imagine them walking from their offices through the bustling streets of the capital. Streets we've never seen, marketplaces, government halls, barracks, all gone. Even their writing barely mentions the city itself. Unlike Thebes or Heliopolis, Itjitawi was rarely romanticized. No great hymns, no poetic odes, no sacred texts dedicated to its skyline. It was a workhorse of a city, efficient, essential, and utterly unglamorous. And yet, it worked. The Middle Kingdom thrived. Artisans produced intricate jewelry and statuary. Canals and irrigation networks expanded agricultural output. Border forts were constructed to defend against Nubian and Asiatic incursions. And all of that was managed from a city we now can't even locate on a map. You pause, staring out across the fields where nothing seems ancient, and realize sometimes the most important things don't leave monuments. Sometimes they leave momentum. Itchitawi helped rebuild Egypt. That's its legacy. A place that mattered immensely while it existed, and quietly stepped off the stage when its time was done. There's something humble about that. Powerful even. Still a part of you hopes it'll be found one day. Maybe the right scan will uncover city walls. Maybe a shift in river patterns will reveal buried streets. Maybe one day a farmer will hit a stone with his plow and realize it's not a rock, it's a doorway. And beneath that door, ledgers, maps, names we've never seen, instructions scratched into mud brick about how to run an empire. Until then, Ichtawi remains the most important city you've never seen. A capital not of temples, but of decisions. A monument not of stone, but of silence. You shift directions once again, back toward the Giza Plateau. But this time, you're not staring up at the Great Pyramid. You're not counting blocks or chasing star alignments. You're asking a different question now. A bigger one. One that shakes the foundations of what we think we know. Who actually built the pyramids? It's the question that fills late-night documentaries, sketchy forums, and YouTube thumbnails with glowing eyes and dramatic voiceovers. But you're not here for theories involving aliens, Atlanteans, or time travelers with laser levels. You want to understand how real people, ordinary, exhausted, sunburned people, could have pulled off the most ambitious construction project in human history, and you're in luck. Because recent discoveries have told us more in the last few decades than we've known for millennia. You start near the worker village known as Hayt el Ghurab, sometimes called the lost city of the pyramid builders. It was discovered in the 1990s and sits just south of the Sphinx, nestled along the edge of a rocky rise. At first glance, it doesn't look like much, just low walls and dusty foundations. But step inside, and the place comes alive. This wasn't some slave camp. It was a bustling, organized city. Streets, houses, bakeries, barracks. It had infrastructure, food distribution, labor, scheduling, even medical care. Archaeologists have found remains of huge bakeries, cattle bones from well-fed animals, and storage rooms filled with beer jars and bread molds. These workers weren't being whipped, they were being catered to. Evidence suggests the pyramid labor force was composed of rotating teams, perhaps 10,000 to 20,000 men at a time, each working in multi-month shifts. These weren't enslaved people. They were skilled laborers, farmers during the off-season, artisans, stonecutters, engineers. Many came from across Egypt, likely seeing it as a patriotic duty, or at least a stable paycheck. You pass through what remains of one of the workers' sleeping quarters, The rooms are small, tight, probably holding 4 or 5 men each sleeping in shifts. Their lives would have been filled with rhythm early morning, start physical hauling, careful placement of limestone blocks, breaks for water, and bread evenings of communal meals and quiet prayers. Some even brought their families. Further excavations uncovered cemeteries near the workers' village graves of men and women buried with care. Their skeletons show signs of physical labor arthritis in the knees and lower backs, fractures that had been set and healed. These weren't treated as disposable. They were honored, even in death. You can almost hear them now, grunting as they lever a block into place, joking about the foreman's terrible singing voice, wiping sweat from their brows as the sun reaches its brutal peak. A team effort repeated day after day, decade after decade. So how did they actually do it? You shift your focus to the pyramid itself, specifically the logistics. The core blocks were cut from nearby limestone quarries. Simple copper tools, wooden sledges, and patience did the job. The smooth white casing stones, which once made the pyramids gleam like polished stars, came from Tura across the Nile. And the granite used in the inner chambers that came from Aswan, over 500 miles to the south. So how do you move a 70-ton granite block that far without trucks? The Nile, of course. Most of the heavy lifting was done by boat. The Egyptians were master sailors long before they built pyramids. Recent discoveries have shown that they created artificial harbors and canals to bring materials right up to the construction site. A team in 2013 even found an ancient papyrus logbook from an official named Merer detailing the transport of limestone blocks by boat to Giza for the construction of Khufu's pyramid. Merer's logbook is stunning, not because it's dramatic, but because it's ordinary. It's filled with notes about deliveries, stops crew management, and cargo loads. It's basically a bureaucratic record of the world's most legendary construction project. No aliens, just spreadsheets and hieroglyphs. And then there's the building itself. The pyramid's shape wasn't improvised. It was carefully calculated. The slope, the base alignment, the positioning relative to stars like Sirius and Orion, none of it accidental. And while there's still debate about the exact methods used, ramp systems, levering methods, pulley innovations, the truth is likely a combination of techniques, all refined through trial error and centuries of architectural evolution. The ancient Egyptians had centuries of pyramid building experience before Khufu's team even laid the first stone. The step pyramid of Djoser, the bent pyramid, the red pyramid, they were practice runs. By the time Giza rolled around, they'd learned from every collapse and crack. They were ready. You look up at the Great Pyramid again. It's less mystical now, but somehow more awe-inspiring. Not because it's mysterious, but because it isn't. It's human. Gloriously, stubbornly, beautifully human. Every block speaks of planning, of coordination, of meals shared and back-strained, of ingenuity, not magic. And it was all done without wheels, without iron tools, without modern machinery. Just ropes, sledges, manpower, and an absolute commitment to turning limestone into immortality. You pause at the base and place your hand on one of the ancient stones. It's warm from the day's heat, smooth in places, jagged in others. This stone has been here for 4,500 years. It has watched storms, seen empires rise and fall, and endured the endless babble of theories that try to explain its existence. But it doesn't need to explain itself, because now you know the pyramids weren't built by slaves or by sky gods. They were built by people, real people, with blisters and jokes and maybe bad tempers, with sunburns and songs and sore feet. And yet they pulled it off, block by block, life by life, legacy by legacy. And that's more impressive than any alien theory will ever be. The path away from the Giza Plateau is long, but as you travel southward once more, the landscape begins to shift. Cliffs draw closer, the air thickens with heat, and the Nile's winding waters appear and disappear beside you like a faithful but secretive companion. You're walking toward a place that once stood hidden and untouched, a stretch of desert that held secrets for centuries until archaeologists realized what they were missing. You're looking for Amenhotep I, and not just his tomb, but an entire necropolis that once echoed with the footfalls of Egypt's elite embalmers, craftsmen, and priests. A lost city of the dead, buried in silence beneath layers of stone and myth. Amenhotep I ruled during the early 18th dynasty around 1525-1504 BCE. He was the second pharaoh of Egypt's new kingdom and helped consolidate the victories of his father, Amosa the Fern, who had driven out the Hyksos invaders and reunited the land. But Amenhotep did more than maintain order. He expanded temples, reformed religious rites, and became the posthumous darling of the Deir el-Medina workmen. You step carefully between rocks as you approach the cliffs behind Deir el-Bahari. These hills were thought to be fully mapped, excavated, known. But in early 2021, Egyptian archaeologists made a stunning announcement. They'd uncovered what appeared to be Amenhotep II's long-lost necropolis. Not a single tomb, a necropolis. This wasn't where kings were buried. It was where the people who buried kings lived. Craftsmen, artisans, embalmers, the ones who carved the tombs, painted the ceilings, gilded the coffins, and prepared the dead for eternity. For generations, Egyptologists believed Amenhotep's tomb remained undiscovered, possibly buried under debris from later constructions. But now, attention turned to this newly revealed city with its mud brick walls, ovens, pottery, and tools. And it hinted at something even more intriguing. The body of Amenhotep I had already been found. You pause beside a ridge and recall the mummy unwrapped well X-rayed in 2021 using advanced CT technology. The body had actually been discovered over a century earlier in the famous DB320 cache, reburied by priests during the Third Intermediate Period to protect it from looters. But unlike other royal mummies, Amenhotep's had never been unwrapped. The priests who relocated him did such an immaculate job rebandaging his body that modern scientists chose to leave him as they found him. Instead, they peered inside digitally, and what they found was startling. Amenhotep. I was about 35 years old when he died. He had a narrow chin, a small nose, and tightly curled hair beneath his bandages. He had no signs of trauma or disease. His teeth were perfect. His organs were missing, as was customary, but his body was adorned with jewelry, including 30 amulets tucked between layers of linen. And even more curious, his burial had been repaired. That's right. The priests who reburied him centuries later weren't just hiding his remains. They were restoring them, fixing damage, replacing stolen jewelry, resealing his linen shroud. There was respect in those acts, care, maybe even fear, because by the time of his reburial, Amenhotep, I wasn't just a dead king. He was something more. He had become a patron for the craftsmen of Deir el-Medina, the ones who dug and decorated the tombs of the Valley of the Kings Amenhotep. I was venerated as a protector, a godlike figure who guided their hands, blessed their work, and watched over their families. His memory was invoked in prayers, His image appeared in household shrines. In a way, he was more alive to them than many living rulers. You wander through the remains of the necropolis near Luxor now. Mud brick walls still stand shoulder high in places. Storage jars rest in corners, cracked but not crushed. Footpaths lead between house foundations where workers once shared meals, laughter, and stories of what waited beyond death. Imagine waking up each morning to carve the tomb of a king, knowing that each stroke of your chisel would help someone journey into the afterlife. That the gods you painted on plaster weren't abstract ideas, but co-workers, neighbors, guardians. Amenhotep, I was their king. Then their god. Then their employer from beyond the veil. And yet his original tomb is still unknown. Where was he first buried? Some speculate it lies beneath the cliffside, behind Deir el-Bahari, sealed under rubble from a landslide, or hidden in a shaft tomb never fully excavated. Others believe it might be nestled somewhere in the unexcavated portions of the Theban cliffs, a royal burial swallowed by time and geological spite. There's also the possibility that his original tomb was dismantled intentionally. Perhaps it was stripped of its value early in the Ramesside period, maybe even during his son's reign. His body, rescued by priests, was given a new identity, not just the resting king, but the eternal craftsman. You stop to look at the surrounding landscape. It's peaceful now, quiet. But once this area would have bustled with life. Children running between homes, fires burning in pottery kilns, priests preparing bodies for burial, while artists painted walls with vivid scenes of paradise and judgment. The city lived for the dead, but it was alive. And in its quiet corners, you can still feel that pulse. There's something deeply poetic about Amenhotep I's journey. A king whose original tomb is gone, whose mummy was relocated and lovingly preserved by others. A man who became more influential in death than in life, not through conquest or architecture, but through the devotion of those who came after him. He's one of the few pharaohs whose face we know intimately, thanks to the scans, the reconstructions, the digital peeks beneath the linen. But despite that familiarity, his burial remains elusive. A known body without a known tomb. A celebrated protector whose address has been lost. Maybe one day we'll find it. Maybe it's just a few meters below a stone you nearly tripped over earlier. Or maybe his story is meant to stay unfinished. A reminder that even in a civilization obsessed with eternal life, not every ending is meant to be complete. You walk back toward the edge of the cliff, where the desert drops off into shadow. The valley stretches out before you, still hiding secrets in its ridges and folds. And somewhere beneath the earth, or within the hearts of those long-gone Amenhotep, I still waits not for rediscovery, but for someone to remember why he mattered. You step away from tombs and temples for a moment, not because the dead have stopped whispering, but because now you're chasing something else, something tall, lean, and impossibly precise. You're standing at the foot of an obelisk, not just a stone, not just a monument. This is an exclamation mark made from granite, carved thousands of years ago, hauled from quarries hundreds of miles away, and balanced on its narrow end with such perfection that it still refuses to fall. Obelisks are everywhere in ancient Egypt. They stand in temple courtyards, outside royal entrances, sometimes in pairs, sometimes alone. You've probably seen their descendants scattered around the modern world. London, Paris, Rome, New York. Giant granite needles moved from their native sands to cold cities with gray skies. But here, where they were born, they make more sense. They weren't just architectural flourishes. They were beams of frozen light. You walk slowly around the base of a broken obelisk, running your hand across the etched hieroglyphs. They spiral upward, listing the deeds of kings and the praises of gods, usually Ra the sun god, whose symbol these towering stones most directly represented. The Egyptians called them Tekenu. The Greeks borrowed the idea and the word and called them obelisks. But to the Egyptians, these weren't decorative, they were spiritual technology. Each obelisk was a solid prayer pointed at the sky, a permanent beam of devotion meant to capture the first and last rays of the sun each day, and they weren't easy to make. The most famous example lies just outside Aswan at the ancient granite quarry. Here, etched into the bedrock, lies the unfinished obelisk. If it had been completed, it would have stood nearly 140 feet tall and weighed over 100 tons. That's the weight of about 200 elephants stacked on top of each other. Don't try that at home. The obelisk cracked during carving, so the builders abandoned it. But in doing so, they left us an incredible gift, a snapshot of the process. You can see the channels they cut to separate the stone from the earth. You can imagine workers pouring water into those channels, watching it expand and help split the granite. You picture them in the sun, wearing linen kilts, copper tools in hand, sweat on their foreheads, measuring again and again. To make sure the tapering sides rose evenly, the angles remained true, and the surface gleamed smooth. Precision was everything. Obelisks weren't built from blocks. They were carved from a single piece of stone monoliths, literally, and then transported over hundreds of miles, usually by barge. The logistics are staggering. One theory suggests the builders waited until the Nile floated their colossal cargo downstream, and used sledges and ramps to raise it into place. But raising it, that's the real miracle. There's no definitive explanation for how the ancient Egyptians stood these things upright. Some scholars propose massive earth ramps. Obelisks were dragged up the ramp, tipped carefully into a vertical trench, and then the ramp was removed. Others believe counterweight sand pits and pulleys were used in complex sequences. However they did it, the fact remains they succeeded, again and again. Without cranes, without steel, without any margin for error. You walk a little further toward Karnak, where some of the tallest surviving obelisks still stand. One of the most remarkable belongs to Hatshepsut, yes, her again, the woman pharaoh, who refused to follow the rules. Her obelisk reaches nearly 100 feet into the sky and is carved so smoothly that you could read your reflection in the polished granite if it were still as pristine as when it was first raised. Imagine her standing below it, head tilted back, watching the golden capstone flash in the morning sun. That capstone, by the way, was called a pyramidion, often coated in electrum, a mix of gold and silver. It wasn't just shiny, it was sacred. It represented the Benben stone, the primeval mound that emerged from the waters of chaos at the beginning of time. So every obelisk wasn't just a tribute, it was a creation myth in miniature, a reminder that order could rise from chaos. That stone could reach for the sky. You pause beneath one still standing tall, and for a moment you feel it. The sense of geometry, of balance, the uncanny knowledge that this monument has been untouched for over 3,000 years, and it still rises straighter than most skyscrapers. The obelisks weren't limited to Egypt. Later rulers couldn't resist their beauty and symbolism. Romans, in particular, developed an obsession. They took obelisks from Egypt and shipped them to Rome, where many still stand, sometimes repurposed. sometimes honored, always admired. Today, you can find ancient Egyptian obelisks in Istanbul, London, Paris, and New York's Central Park. That last one, by the way, is called Cleopatra's Needle, though it has nothing to do with Cleopatra, and it took an entire ship refitted as an obelisk transport to bring it across the Atlantic in the 19th century. Once in New York, it took over a year just to move it from the harbor to the park. The irony, the obelisk itself was over 3,000 years old before it even left Alexandria. You sit at the base of one now, looking up, and wonder about the people who carved these inscriptions. Their hands, their thoughts, their tired shoulders. The fact that they knew this stone would outlive them, and likely everyone they'd ever meet. It was eternal architecture, not because it lasted forever, but because it wanted to. And yet even these monuments aren't immortal. Many obelisks have fallen, some cracked, some stolen, some simply buried over time. Others, like the unfinished obelisk, never rose at all. And still, they speak. Still, they pull us in with their geometry and precision, their unapologetic simplicity, because there's nothing flashy about an obelisk. It's not a temple. It's not a statue of a king lording over peasants. It's just a line straight, tall, true, pointing up, pointing forward. You stand once more and walk away, leaving the obelisk behind in the quiet of evening. It doesn't move. It doesn't need to. It already said everything it came to say. Tonight your journey dips back into mystery. Not the kind of mystery with gold masks and giant tombs, but the slow burn type, the kind that scratches at the back of your mind and leaves you wondering why some of Egypt's most brilliant figures remain completely missing from the archaeological record. Tonight you're searching for Imhotep. Yes, that Imhotep. The name might ring a bell because modern pop culture turned him into a fictional mummy villain resurrected to chase people around pyramids. But the real Imhotep was something else entirely, something much more impressive, and somehow he's missing. You walk along the edge of Saqqara near the step pyramid of Djoser. This is sacred ground, and more importantly, this is Imhotep's ground. It was here more than 4,600 years ago that he designed and oversaw the construction of Egypt's first pyramid. Not the smooth-sided kind. A stepped stack of stone mastabas, one on top of the other, reaching for the heavens in 6 bold layers. It was a revolution in stone, and he didn't stop there. Imhotep is credited with ushering Egypt from the age of mud brick to the age of monumental stone architecture. He designed temples, created drainage systems, wrote medical treatises. He was an architect, high priest, physician, astronomer, poet, basically Egypt's Leonardo da Vinci, 2,000 years before Leonardo ever touched a paintbrush. His reputation grew long after his death. In fact, 2,000 years later, Egyptians began worshipping Imhotep as a god of healing. Greeks visiting Egypt during the Ptolemaic period even identified him with their own god of medicine, Asclepius. And yet, for all that fame, all that reverence, his tomb has never been found. You crouch beside a stone marker on the Saqqara Plateau, eyes scanning the horizon. This area is packed with tombs, high-ranking officials, priests, scribes, even pets, but not Imhotep. Not yet. In 2023, archaeologists thought they might finally be close. Excavations near the Step Pyramid uncovered dozens of mummified animals, especially ibis's birds, sacred to Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. This suggested a temple once stood nearby, dedicated to Imhotep as Thoth. Deep shafts in the area hinted at something bigger. A hidden burial, maybe. but nothing definitive yet. You step carefully along a crumbled path, leading away from the main complex. Somewhere nearby, Imhotep must have had a tomb. He wasn't a king, but he was honored like one. He served under Pharaoh Djoser as chancellor and high priest of Ra at Heliopolis. The ancient Egyptians didn't just bury someone like that in a random ditch. They preserved him with full ritual honors. So where is he? Some speculate his tomb was deliberately hidden, protected by his followers to prevent desecration. Others suggest it lies beneath modern structures or that it collapsed in antiquity. And a few have even proposed that the priesthood reinterred his remains during later centuries to better serve his cult status, as if being buried once wasn't enough for a man who did everything else twice as well as everyone else. There's one small clue, though, a tantalizing thread in a long and frayed tapestry. In the 20th century, French archaeologist Jean-Philippe Lauer unearthed what appeared to be a shaft tomb near the pyramid enclosure wall. It was elaborate and carefully designed, but incomplete. Inside were no inscriptions to confirm an identity. Some believe it might have been intended for Imhotep, but never used. But here's the problem. Imhotep's status grew over time. During his life, he was a powerful official, yes, but it was after his death that he became semi-divine. So the tomb you're looking for might be modest, or it might have been refurbished, later upgraded by followers who turned a statesman into a saint. You walk past a crumbled niche, maybe once part of a chapel. The birds flutter nearby, nesting in the crevices of the cliffs. Somewhere among these stones, the memory of Imhotep lingers not in grand carvings, but in architecture, in systems and legacies. Because that's the other thing. We know Imhotep not from statues or mummies, but from the things he inspired. Temples followed his lead. Healing centers invoked his name. His wisdom was said to influence everything, from surgical tools to spells written in the Book of the Dead. He became a bridge between intellect and spirit, science and ritual. You glance again at the step pyramid rising in the distance. Djoser's name is on the monument, but Imhotep's fingerprints are in every block. He knew that architecture wasn't just about shelter. It was about cosmos, about aligning with the stars, about shaping stone in a way that made the gods nod in approval. He wasn't just building for kings. He was building for eternity, and that's maybe why his tomb stays hidden, because sometimes the most brilliant minds don't leave a trail of gold or jewels behind. They leave blueprints, principles, silence. There's a kind of poetry in it, really. A man who built Egypt's first Great Pyramid, who launched the world's most ambitious architectural legacy, may lie beneath the sand, completely anonymous. As if the gods themselves said, "No, Imhotep, you've done enough. Rest without noise." But you still hope to find him, not because he needs discovery, but because we do. To walk into a tomb and see his name etched in stone, Imhotep, son of Ptah, builder of dreams, would be like finding the signature on a canvas we've stared at for 4,000 years. Until then, we search, we map the cliffs, we trace the shafts, we catalog the ibis bones, and analyze the foundation stones of ancient temples. Each clue is a step closer to a man who understood how to shape the world and did it without expecting to be remembered. You sit for a moment on a warm rock and let the evening wind settle over your shoulders. Maybe he's watching from the shadows, amused. Maybe he's hidden right below your feet, listening. Or maybe he's everywhere already. Because when someone changes the world, their tomb isn't always made of stone. Sometimes it's made of what they leave behind. You stand quietly in the golden light of early morning, the wind cool and steady across the desert. You've walked through the tombs of kings and the silence of forgotten cities. But now the sun casts long shadows across a royal path, lined not with statues or temples, but with absence. Because this is the story of a pharaoh who disappeared, Akhenaten. Yes, him again. He's come up before, hasn't he, the rebel king? The heretic? The sun worshipper who changed everything and paid the price. But there's one part of his story that continues to puzzle historians more than any religious reform or artistic revolution. What happened to him? Where did Akhenaten go? You close your eyes and picture the city he built, Akhenaten Horizon, of the Aten, the grand capital he raised from nothing in the middle of the desert. For 17 years he ruled from there, worshipped the sun disk, closed the temples of Amun, rewrote the language of religion, and turned royal art into intimate, vulnerable scenes. Pharaoh, with his children on his lap, kissing his wife under the rays of the Aten. Not a warlord or a god, but a man in love with light. Then just gone. The city was abandoned. The Aten temples were dismantled. His statues smashed. His name erased from king lists. Even his tomb, half-finished, weirdly narrow, carved into the cliffs near Amarna, was left incomplete. You walk the path to that tomb now. The wind howls faintly in the hills, and sand crunches beneath your steps. The entrance yawns open like a wound in the rock. Inside, the corridors stretch deep and rough-hewn, not nearly as elegant as those in the Valley of the Kings. The walls bear unfinished reliefs Akhenaten shown, worshipping the Aten, his daughters, dancing before him. But the inscriptions just stop. No burial chamber, no coffin, no mummy. It's like he never made it home. Some believe he died suddenly and was buried in a rush, perhaps in this very tomb before being moved elsewhere. Others think he was never buried here at all, that his body was taken to Thebes or even Memphis and placed in a temporary grave. Or maybe his remains ended up in KV 55, the infamous tomb of confusion you visited earlier. DNA tests suggest the body in KV 55 is Tutankhamun's father. Akhenaten fits that role. But the age estimate on the skeleton is off too young, maybe, or maybe not. Historians still argue about it. The bones tell one story, the politics another. Then there's the theory that Akhenaten was quietly overthrown before he even died. That his co-regent, maybe Nefertiti, maybe Menkaure, pushed him aside to undo the damage before Egypt tore itself apart. If so, his death may have been an inconvenient problem. No royal procession, no golden sarcophagus, just a quiet interment somewhere far away. You stand in the middle of the tomb's corridor, light filtering in behind you, and wonder if maybe that's how he wanted it. Akhenaten wasn't a typical pharaoh. He rejected monuments, downplayed military victories, and made himself vulnerable in ways no other king dared. Maybe he didn't want to be remembered in granite, but that doesn't feel right either. The man built a city from scratch, a religion, a dynasty. That's not someone aiming to disappear. So what happened? One clue may lie in the royal reburials that happened during the 21st dynasty, when Egypt's high priests, trying to protect the mummies of old kings from robbers, collected them and buried them in secret caches. DB 320, KV 35. Could Akhenaten have been among them? Hidden alongside the pharaohs he once defied? Possibly. But his name was so thoroughly erased from official memory that it's hard to imagine later priests going out of their way to preserve him. More likely, they would have quietly buried him somewhere unmarked. No gilded coffin, no elaborate shrine, just linen and stone and silence. You walk deeper into the tomb. The air gets cooler, the stillness thicker. There's a side chamber that may have been meant for a daughter, possibly Meketaten, who died young. Her image appears in scenes of mourning, but Akhenaten's nowhere. No record of a burial, no mention of funeral rites, and this from the man who controlled every inscription during his reign, who micromanaged everything, who worshipped the sun but was swallowed by shadows. It's not just a historical question, it's a human one. What happens when you spend your life building a new world, and then that world erases you? Because Akhenaten's story doesn't end with death. It ends with memory, or the lack of it. His successors, starting with Tutankhamun, reversed almost everything he did. Temples to Amun reopened. The Aten fell silent. The capital moved back to Thebes. Officials who once praised the Aten began singing Amun's hymns again like nothing had happened. It was a full reset, but not quite. Akhenaten's ideas lingered. The concept of one divine power, the intimacy between ruler and deity, even elements of monotheism. They didn't vanish. They just went underground, muted. You step outside the tomb, blinking in the daylight. The cliffs behind you glow orange and red in the fading sun. The desert is quiet but never silent, always listening, always keeping secrets. Somewhere, maybe his bones still lie beneath the sand. Maybe they were destroyed, and all that's left is this scar in the cliffside. Or maybe he's still here watching, not as a king, but as a question. Because some rulers leave monuments, others leave mysteries, and Akhenaten, he left both. You look back at the tomb one last time, half finished, half forgotten, but still here, still waiting. The wind changes again, and with it comes the feeling that something is broken. A thread pulled loose in the grand weave of dynasties and gods. You're still in Egypt, still walking the same earth. But suddenly, the tone shifts. The monuments are quieter now, less confident. The tombs start to look cheaper, rougher. The stonework loses its swagger. You've just stepped into the end of Egypt's old kingdom, and it's not a pretty ending. Once this place was the seat of an unshakable empire. The fourth dynasty had raised the pyramids of Giza. The fifth and sixth maintained the system with temples, bureaucracies, and celestial calendars. Pharaohs were gods. Order reigned. Ma'at, the sacred balance, held everything in place. And then somewhere in the late 6th dynasty, it all began to crumble. You walk through the desert necropolis of Saqqara again, but now you're visiting tombs that feel strangely hollow. The art is still there, scribes' boats, banquets, but the figures seem thinner, less majestic. In some tombs, the reliefs weren't even finished. You can see where a chisel stopped mid-line, never resumed. Like the artist just walked away one day and didn't come back. So what happened? Egyptologists have spent decades trying to piece together the collapse of the Old Kingdom. And there's no single cause, just a slow, painful unraveling of a system that had once seemed eternal. It started with the pharaohs themselves. The later kings of the 6th dynasty, especially Pepi II, ruled for a long time. In Pepi's case, possibly more than 90 years. That's a long reign by any standard, and it created a succession problem. By the time he died, most of his potential heirs were already gone. The throne passed through a series of short, unstable reigns. The government became decentralized. The power of local governors, called nomarchs, grew unchecked. You pause beside a crumbling mastaba with faded inscriptions. It belonged to a provincial governor, not a king, not even a high priest. And yet his tomb is extravagant. The message is clear: power was shifting away from the center. The Nile didn't help. Environmental records suggest that during the period around 2200 BCE, Egypt was struck by a series of low Nile floods. Crops failed. Famine spread. The once predictable rhythm of life was thrown off balance. And for a society that believed Ma'at was upheld by the pharaoh, this was devastating. If the Nile wasn't flooding properly, it wasn't just a natural disaster, it was cosmic judgment. You walk further into the cemetery, where the tombs start looking more like rubble piles. Some were looted, others never finished. A few reused older stones scavenged from monuments that had already fallen into disrepair. The state was collapsing. Grain ran short. Laborers stopped showing up. Entire towns disappeared from the record, and the written record itself starts to shift. Texts from the First Intermediate Period, the time right after the Old Kingdom's fall, speak in a tone that's jarring compared to the serene optimism of earlier inscriptions. They talk of chaos, lawlessness, people robbing graves, temples abandoned. The good man goes hungry, one says, while the evil man fills his belly. You pause and feel the weight of that. For a civilization built on balance, this was more than economic or political collapse. It was existential. The whole cosmic order had failed. Still, even in the darkness, there are moments of clarity. Some local governors stepped up in the absence of strong pharaohs. They organized food distribution, maintained roads, and buried the dead. In many ways, they kept Egypt alive until a new central authority could emerge, and it eventually did. But before that, the end of the Old Kingdom serves as a reminder Egypt was not invincible. Pyramids crumbled. Kings lost control. Tombs were defiled. Even Ma'at could falter. You sit on a low wall and try to imagine what it felt like. You're a stonecutter in Saqqara. You spent your life carving hieroglyphs and painting the tombs of the elite. One day, the workshops go quiet. The foreman says there's no more grain. The temple can't pay. Your family joins others fleeing to the countryside. You watch your neighbors bury the dead without coffins, without rites. You wonder if the gods are angry or just gone. And still, you remember the stories. You remember the glories of the Fourth Dynasty. You remember Khufu's towering pyramid. You remember the rituals, the festivals, the music of the temple drum. You wonder if your children will ever see anything like that again. Centuries later, scribes would look back on this time and call it an interruption, not an end. But for the people living through it, it must have felt like the end of the world. You walk back toward the edge of the plateau, where the stones get smaller and the wind blows harder. The Golden Age had turned to dust. The pyramid fields, once teeming with builders, now stood still, watched only by vultures and the shifting sands. And yet, in the ruins, there's a strange kind of resilience. Because Egypt didn't die. The First Intermediate Period would pass. The Middle Kingdom would rise smarter and more bureaucratic. The temples would reopen. The gods would return to their altars. And the people, they would remember. Maybe that's the lesson the collapse leaves behind. That greatness is never guaranteed. That even divine kings can fall. And that survival, quiet, stubborn survival, is a victory in itself. You turn one last time to face the crumbling necropolis. The tombs are broken, the names almost erased, but not quite, not yet. You follow the Nile into a softer landscape, now lush green and winding. Papyrus rustles along the banks. Birds skim the surface of the water, and something in the air feels foreign, not Egyptian, not entirely. You're entering the realm of Punt. You've heard of it before, haven't you? That hazy land from which the Egyptians brought back incense, exotic animals, and stories so strange they sound like dreams. The land of the gods, they called it. But where was it? Who lived there? And how did they trade across such distance long before maps or maritime manuals? It's one of ancient Egypt's greatest unsolved mysteries. The first real clue lies in the reign of Hatshepsut, the 18th dynasty's iconic female pharaoh. In her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, nestled against the cliffs at Thebes, are a series of carvings depicting a trade mission to Punt. The scenes are vivid ships with full sails, sailors hauling goods, Puntite leaders greeting the Egyptian delegation with exotic pets at their feet and incense trees in their hands. It reads like a travel blog in stone. You picture the journey Egyptian ships setting sail from the Red Sea, hugging the coastlines, dodging coral reefs, and sea storms, traveling weeks or even months to reach this semi-mythical land. And what did they bring back? Myrrh, frankincense, ebony, gold panther skins, baboons, and even entire live trees, which were planted in temple courtyards. You walk along the edge of the Nile, imagining what those returning ships must have looked like, overflowing with greenery and treasure, the air heavy with resin and salt. It wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, and probably a little bit of awe. The people of Punt weren't seen as enemies or subjects. They were respected trading partners, sometimes even relatives. The carvings at Deir el-Bahari show them with rounded features, braided hair, and distinctive dress. Their queen, called Ati, is depicted with generous proportions and regal confidence. There's no mockery in the art, just curiosity, admiration even. So where was Punt? That's the question scholars have chased for centuries. Some suggest it was located along the coast of modern-day Eritrea or Somalia regions, rich in incense-producing trees and ancient seafaring cultures. Others propose Sudan or parts of Yemen. A few push for the Horn of Africa in general, a broader network of port cities and inland routes. Archaeological evidence is scarce. No definitive welcome to Punt sign has been found. No maps, no coins, no Puntite tombs in situ. Most of what we know comes from Egyptian sources, and they weren't exactly big on geographical clarity. What we do know is that the Egyptians maintained this trade relationship for over 1,000 years. As early as the 5th dynasty inscriptions at the Temple of Sahur depict naval expeditions returning from a divine land across the sea. Even in the New Kingdom, pharaohs like Ramses III boasted of sending ships to Punt and bringing back luxury goods. But by the time of the late period, Punt fades from the record. You stop now at the shore of what was once an Egyptian harbor. The wind blows gently across the water, and you wonder, did those ships stop coming because Punt disappeared, or because Egypt changed? Some historians suggest environmental shifts may have made sailing routes harder to navigate. Others think internal turmoil in Egypt disrupted trade networks. Still others point to changing priorities as Egypt focused more on land campaigns and alliances with Mediterranean powers. Sea trade with the South simply withered. And then there's the deeper, more intriguing possibility Punt was never a single place. Maybe it was a region, not a city. A network of peoples and ports strung along the southern Red Sea. Trade may have flowed not between capitals, but between coastlines. Ships landing goods exchanged names, remembered imperfectly across languages and time. You crouch beside the riverbank, running your fingers through the wet sand. Somewhere across the water, generations of Egyptians believed a sacred land existed, a place of abundance, magic, and spiritual resonance. Not just a trading partner, a home of gods. Punt wasn't just economic, it was symbolic. Incense burned in every major temple in Egypt. Myrrh was used in religious rituals, mummification, and offerings. Frankincense carried prayers skyward. To the Egyptians, these weren't just commodities. They were tools for communing with the divine. And Punt was where the gods let you borrow them. In one of the carvings at Deir el-Bahari, Hatshepsut even claims the expedition was commanded by the god Amun himself, that it was a divine instruction, that her ships were fulfilling a cosmic mission. Historians still debate whether that was political propaganda or genuine belief, maybe both. And it worked. Hatshepsut's Punt voyage remains one of the most celebrated achievements of her reign. It signaled prosperity, international connection, and most importantly, stability. If the pharaoh could reach the god's homeland and return with gifts, clearly, the cosmos was in harmony. You rise slowly and walk back toward a nearby grove of trees. Some scholars believe the frankincense trees planted at Deir el-Bahari might have survived several generations, living relics of the expedition, their roots, a connection to a place no map can find. You reach out and touch one of the leaves, smooth, waxy, still fragrant when crushed. Maybe that's the real legacy of Punt. Not its location, not its borders, but its relationship. In a world dominated by conquest and tribute, Punt represented partnership, a different kind of power. A reminder that trade can be sacred too. You step away from the water's edge, the last light of day catching the ripples. You still don't know exactly where Punt was. No one does. But you know it existed. Because what really matters isn't the coordinates. It's the connection. The sun lowers gently behind the hills, and the stones beneath your feet begin to glow with that faint blush. Only Egypt can manage half gold, half memory. Tonight, you're walking towards something small. A detail. A missing piece that might seem trivial unless you believe, like the Egyptians did, that perfection had to reach the very top. You're looking for a capstone, specifically the one that once crowned the Great Pyramid. For most people, the Great Pyramid is complete. It looks done after all. A towering triangle of massive limestone blocks that cuts into the sky with unflinching geometry. But if you stare long enough, you'll notice the tip is missing. That clean point, the one that should have sealed the pyramid like the final note of a symphony, is gone. It's not just an aesthetic issue. The missing capstone, or pyramidion, was meant to be the spiritual heart of the structure, and no one knows where it is. You sit at the base of the Great Pyramid, watching tourists pose with outstretched fingers, trying to pinch the top in their photos. But in truth, that top isn't really there anymore. At some point in history, the pyramidion was lost, destroyed, stolen, or deliberately removed. And that absence, it matters more than you think. Because to the ancient Egyptians, the pyramidion wasn't just a cherry on top. It was a sacred symbol. It represented the Ben, the primordial mound that rose from the waters of chaos in the creation myth. The very first solid form. The first thing that existed. So placing that shape atop a pyramid wasn't architectural flourish. It was theology in stone. You climb a little higher on the pyramid's lower levels, just enough to see the tapering form above you. The angles converge, but never quite meet. The missing tip breaks the illusion of infinity. You wonder what it would have looked like when it was whole. Historical records and fragments from smaller pyramids suggest that most pyramidions were made of limestone or granite and often covered in electrum, a naturally occurring mix of gold and silver. Shiny enough to reflect the sun, to glow at dawn, to shimmer in the heat like something not quite of this world. Imagine it. That capstone glittering in the morning light, sending sunbeams into the valley. A permanent flame at the top of a mountain of memory. A beacon not for the living, but for the gods. So, where did it go? The short answer: no one knows. Some believe it was destroyed during an earthquake. Others think it was stripped off, along with the smooth white casing stones in later centuries used to build mosques and palaces during Cairo's expansion. It might have been looted during a period of instability, an easy target for anyone greedy for gold and unconcerned with symbolism. Still others argue it was never placed there at all. That perhaps the final capstone was too heavy. That the slope was too steep. That engineers hesitated in those final days and left the pyramid ever so slightly unfinished. It wouldn't be the first time ambition outran execution. You brush your hand against the ancient stone and think about how close the builders came. The base was leveled to near perfection. The sides aligned to the cardinal points with astonishing precision. Millions of limestone blocks placed with such care and scale. And yet, this single point, this tip, is what remains unresolved. In a way, it's poetic. The most complete structure in the world is still incomplete. Maybe the missing capstone says more than the pyramid itself ever could. Some have tried to reconstruct it. Replicas, based on fragments found in Dashur Saqqara and the satellite pyramids at Giza. These pyramidions bear inscriptions to Ra, to the pharaoh, to eternity. Some were painted with scenes. Some were blank, their shape alone carrying meaning. But the Great Pyramid's own capstone, if it was ever placed, it left no trace. You tilt your head back and trace the invisible point in your mind. If you follow the line upward, the pyramid should rise just a few more meters. That's all. Just enough to complete the equation, to seal the geometry. Instead, there's a flat space, about 30 square feet, where pigeons rest, where tourists dream of standing. That platform was once the goal, the end, the point where earth touches sky. And yet now, it's a question. You pace slowly around the pyramid, letting the warm air wrap around your arms. You think about the builders, the overseers, the pharaoh himself. Did they notice its absence? Did someone hesitate on the last day of construction and whisper, "We're out of time"? Or was the absence intentional? Some spiritual thinkers suggest the missing capstone wasn't a mistake or a theft, but a message. That no monument, no matter how grand, could truly be perfect. That the top was reserved for the divine. That only the gods could complete what humans began. Maybe the pyramid was supposed to stop just short of heaven, a gesture of humility carved in stone. You sit again at the base and let your thoughts drift. The stars begin to poke through the sky, quietly, slowly, as if they're watching too. You imagine what this structure must have looked like in its prime gleaming white, capped with gold, lit by the stars, and the prayers of a people trying to be remembered. And now it's still here, still sacred, still defiant, even without its crown. You run your hand along the rough edge of a block, and you can almost hear the whisper of what was once there. A flash of light, a point of balance, the completion of the tallest, oldest, most ambitious structure in history, gone but not forgotten. Because in some ways, the mystery is the capstone. It keeps us wondering, asking, dreaming, trying to reach that last step. And maybe it's enough to know it was meant to be there. Even if it isn't now, you wake to silence, and it's not the peaceful kind. It's the kind of silence that follows absence, the weight of something missing. The echoes of a decision so final, it reshaped the course of history. You're looking at an empty plateau. No scaffolding, no cranes, no workmen hauling limestone, no copper chisels ringing in rhythm, no architects hunched over plans scratched into papyrus. Because one day Egypt stopped building pyramids, just like that. After centuries of stacking stone to the sky, after generations of mathematical precision, godlike ambition, and monumental obsession, the very thing that had defined ancient Egypt simply ended. You sit on a low ridge at the edge of the Fayum and look out across the landscape. In the distance, some of the late pyramids are still barely standing, like the Pyramid of Ahmose or the one built by King Amenemhat III at Hawara. You can see their jagged outlines crumbling, like the memory of something once mighty. They're not like Giza, not sharp, not majestic. They're tired. And that's part of the answer. The decline of pyramid construction wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a royal decree shouted from the palace. No more triangles. It was gradual. A slow erosion of purpose, of resources of confidence. You glance at one of the late Middle Kingdom pyramids, now looking more like a heap of gravel than a temple of eternity. Many of these later pyramids were built with mud brick cores and only faced in limestone. Easier, faster, cheaper, but not meant to last. Compare that to Khufu's Great Pyramid, each block placed with obsessive care. These newer structures, though still full of ritual and symbolism, were no longer divine in scale. They were bureaucratic, modest, sometimes a little desperate. So why stop building pyramids? Theories abound. First, practicality. Stone pyramids were insanely expensive. The labor, the logistics, the stone itself, all staggering. During times of political instability, Egypt simply couldn't afford that kind of project. The centralized power needed to command that labor force had fractured. Regional rulers were gaining independence. The national vision, the one that built Giza, was gone. Second theft. Tombs were being robbed, repeatedly. Even the most secure pyramids couldn't stop it. Grave robbers tunneled through layers of stone, chiseling through passageways, and hauling out gold statues and even mummies. Royal tombs had become giant invitations. Treasure buried here, help yourself. Eventually, the living rulers started to understand maybe it was better to hide than to shine. And that's when tombs moved underground. By the New Kingdom pharaohs like Thutmose, I began carving their tombs into the rock-cut cliffs of the Valley of the Kings. No more colossal stone pyramids rising above the landscape like giant arrows pointing to gold. Instead, secrecy, subtlety, sand-colored doorways meant to disappear. It was a shift in philosophy. Pyramids had once declared, "I am here forever." Now the tombs whispered, "You'll never find me." And it worked, kind of. Tutankhamun's tomb, famously untouched for thousands of years, survived precisely because it was hidden beneath rubble and forgotten. If he'd been buried under a glittering pyramid, it would have been looted centuries earlier. You stand and start walking again, your feet crunching softly in the dust. You pass the ruins of a collapsed pyramid, its bricks sunken, its angles sagging. It still follows the same proportions. the same sacred slope. But it's no longer reaching for the stars. It's sinking into the earth. The end of pyramid building also mirrored changes in religion. In the Old Kingdom, the pharaoh was seen as a literal god Ra incarnate. His afterlife required monumental architecture to carry him into the sky. But over time, the Egyptian view of the afterlife became more democratic. Commoners began to access similar funerary texts, similar beliefs. The Book of the Dead, once reserved for kings, started showing up in non-royal burials. Death was becoming less elite, and if everyone gets an afterlife, maybe the pharaoh doesn't need a 400-foot mountain of limestone to prove his spot in eternity. You pause by a lone acacia tree, its roots holding fast to the sand, and think about how a culture shifts. Not all at once, but over centuries. Beliefs soften, practices fade, traditions evolve. Maybe stopping the pyramids wasn't a loss. Maybe it was a choice, an evolution of how the Egyptians saw death, divinity, and themselves. Still, the pyramid didn't die completely. It lived on in symbols. Pyramid shapes continued to be used in amulets, tomb decorations, and religious art. Temples mimicked the upward flow of the pyramid in their pylons and obelisks. The spiritual geometry remained, even if the stone mountains did not, and there were attempts to bring it back. Centuries later, Nubian kings of the 25th dynasty rulers from the south who conquered Egypt started building pyramids again, this time at sites like Nuri and Meroe. Their pyramids were smaller, steeper, clustered like arrowheads in the desert. A revival of the old tradition filtered through a new lens. But by then, Egypt's golden age of pyramid building was long over. You reach a small rise and look back over the landscape. Somewhere out there is the spot where they laid the first stone of the first pyramid. And just over there is where they laid the last. It started with a grand idea. That stone could outlast death. That geometry could touch the gods. That memory could be made permanent. And in a way it worked, because here you are 400-500 years later thinking about it, tracing the arc of a civilization through the monuments it left and the ones it chose not to. You sit down one last time beside a broken casing stone, its edges worn smooth by time. You close your eyes and imagine the final pyramid builders setting blocks, checking levels, singing work songs that no one remembers anymore. Maybe they knew they were the last. Maybe they thought the tradition would return. Maybe they just wanted to finish the job. And when they placed the final stone, maybe they stood back, looked up at the sloping face, and whispered, "The truth. Every generation eventually learns. Even this won't last forever." But for a while it did. And for a while it was everything. The path you're walking now is different. Not through the desert, not beside the Nile, but somewhere cooler, quieter. There's a hush in the air, a scent that clings to your skin, dry linen aged resin, and something ancient that has no modern name. It follows you like a shadow, because tonight you're walking into the most iconic of all Egyptian rituals, mummification. It's such a familiar word, isn't it? So tightly wrapped in mystery and museum glass. You've seen the linen-wrapped figures in dusty cases, maybe read the signs about bandages and embalming. But tonight we're going back. Not to the end result, but to the moment. It began the first time a human body was carefully preserved in death, with the belief that life didn't stop here. Because that's the origin story of mummification. And it didn't start with pyramids. It didn't even start with priests. It started with sand. You crouch beside a shallow depression in the desert floor, somewhere in the prehistoric past, maybe 5000 BCE. A body lies here, buried not in a tomb, but in the dry earth, curled on its side, like it's sleeping. The desert wind has covered it with sand, and the heat has done the rest. The flesh has dried naturally. The skin, leathery but intact. The bones firm. The shape of a human recognizable, enduring. It was accidental preservation, but the effect was startling. And once people saw that death didn't have to rot away, once they realized the body could remain visible, permanent, they began to wonder, what if this was supposed to happen? What if the soul needed the body to come back? Over time, that idea hardened into belief, and belief turned into practice. What began as a natural process became a deliberate one, ritualized, systematized, and refined for thousands of years. You rise and begin walking through the shadowed halls of a funerary workshop. You can almost hear the murmurs of priests, the scrape of blades, the hiss of natron poured into clay jars. This isn't horror. This is devotion. A sacred science meant to help the dead live again. The mummification process wasn't just technical, it was deeply spiritual. It could last 70 days. Every act was symbolic, every step designed to guide the soul Ka and Ba safely to the afterlife. First came the washing of the body, purified with palm wine and water from the Nile. Then the removal of internal organs, the stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver, each carefully extracted and placed in special containers called canopic jars, protected by the 4 sons of Horus. The brain, that was often removed through the nose using hooked tools. Sometimes it was discarded. The heart, that's where things get complicated. It was supposed to stay in the body. The heart was the seat of emotion, intellect, morality, the thing that would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at in the underworld. But not every mummy still has one. Sometimes they were lost, sometimes swapped, sometimes replaced with scarabs. Historians still debate whether the missing hearts were mistakes or deliberate substitutions. You pause beside a row of ceramic jars, each one labeled, each one guarded by gods, with the heads of jackals, falcons, baboons. These weren't just containers, they were gatekeepers. After the organs were removed, the body was packed with natron, a natural salt found in Egyptian deserts. It absorbed moisture, dried the flesh, and prevented decay. The corpse would rest like this for weeks. And while it did, the embalmers prepared everything else: linen wrappings, amulets, masks, coffin spells. Each layer had meaning. You lean close to an invisible mummy, now seeing the process unfold. The body is anointed with sacred oils. The linen is wrapped layer by layer, hands, feet, limbs, torso. Small charms are placed between layers, an eye of Horus to ward off evil, a scarab to protect the heart, a jed pillar for stability. The mouth is touched with a ritual tool to open it so the dead can eat, speak, and breathe in the afterlife. Even the coffin was part of the ritual. It wasn't just a box. It was a magical vessel painted with protective spells and images, gods on every panel, eyes to see through, wings to embrace. By the end, the body wasn't a corpse. It was a transformed being, an Akh, ready to walk in the field of reeds. You sit now beside a completed mummy wrapped and sealed. The priests chant the final prayers. The family weeps or waits, depending on the century. The tomb is ready. The journey begins. And what a journey it was. The soul would pass through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, a realm of lakes, gates, and guardians, serpents, flaming knives, upside-down boats. It was part labyrinth, part moral test. At the end came the Hall of Two Truths, where the heart was weighed against the feather of Maat. Too heavy with sin, you were eaten by Ammit, the devourer part, lion part, hippo part crocodile. Balanced and light, you were granted paradise, a version of life made perfect. No pain, no aging, eternal contentment. But none of this worked without the body. If the corpse decayed or was destroyed, the soul had no anchor. That's why mummification mattered so deeply. It was protection not from death, but from nothingness. You reflect now on how widespread this practice became. Royalty, yes, but also commoners, animals, even sacred bulls. Cat mummies, ibis mummies, crocodile mummies. Everyone wanted a shot at eternity, but like most sacred systems, it became commercialized. By the late period, mummy factories churned out embalmings for a price. Not all of them were perfect. Some were rushed, others filled with straw. Some coffins were reused. You can't really blame them. Eternity is expensive. Still, the heart of the practice remained. A culture that believed memory could be made permanent, that the soul deserved a body, that life, even after death, was worth preparing for. You rise slowly and walk back into the desert night. The wind carries the scent of dust and resin. The stars above you look the same as they did 3,000 years ago. Maybe a little dimmer from city lights, but still watching. You think about all the people who believed in this process, who trusted the bandages, the jars, the rituals, who faced death not with fear, but with ceremony, with patience, with linen and prayer. Maybe they were right. Maybe the body is more than a shell. Maybe memory does live in the flesh. Or maybe it's enough that they believed it, because in doing so, they gave us something extraordinary, a way to remember, and a reason to keep looking. The desert hush is different tonight. It clings tighter, like linen on a mummy, and every step you take feels like it echoes a little louder than the last. You're entering a chamber of mystery, not some long-forgotten ruin, but a very specific absence. A name, a body, a sarcophagus, and a question. Where is Pharaoh Menkaure's mummy? The Great Pyramid of Khufu gets all the glory, and the Pyramid of Khafra keeps the Sphinx company. But it's Menkaure, the builder of the smallest of the three main Giza pyramids, who leaves us with the most personal enigma. His pyramid still stands squat and proud, its lower casing of polished granite clinging on after all these centuries. A smaller structure, sure, but refined, precise, and likely the last great pyramid to be completed at Giza. And inside, no one, or rather no one's still there. You descend into the cool interior of Menkaure's pyramid now, through steep, narrow corridors. The scent of time greets you immediately. The passage is rougher than Khufu's, the angles sharper. But you push forward, guided by the knowledge that something was here once. A sarcophagus, a mummy, a king. When British explorer Howard Vyse entered the pyramid in the 1830s, he discovered a basalt sarcophagus nestled in a chamber cut directly from the bedrock. Unlike the massive granite coffins in other pyramids, this one was more modest, yet beautifully crafted, carved with palace facade designs, an echo of the architecture the ancient Egyptians used to represent eternity. Inside it, a wooden coffin, and inside the coffin, a human body. Vyse believed it was Menkaure himself, but like many tales from early archaeology, this story takes a hard turn toward disappointment. In 1838, Vice arranged for the sarcophagus to be shipped back to Britain aboard the merchant vessel Beatrice. But somewhere off the coast of Spain, the ship sank. Just like that, the coffin was lost. The body, meanwhile, had already been removed and sent separately. That at least was saved. For years, it sat in the British Museum and was later examined in the 20th century. And here's where it gets complicated. Modern analysis dated the body to the Sate period, almost 2,000 years after Menkaure's reign. In other words, it was almost certainly a later reburial, a placeholder, or perhaps a recycling of the tomb by priests or officials during an age when Egypt was tight on time cash and sacred real estate. So where is the real Menkaure? That's the question that haunts this corridor now. You shine your light along the walls, rough and unadorned, as if they were carved in a hurry. It's quiet in here, but you can almost feel the echo of footsteps. Burial crews, robbers, priests, maybe even the king himself, carried by torchlight into his final resting place. Unless it wasn't final at all. Some Egyptologists believe Menkaure was never actually buried here, that the pyramid was finished posthumously, possibly even by his successor, and that the burial was delayed or rerouted. Others believe he was buried here, but later moved, perhaps to another hidden tomb, perhaps looted in antiquity, perhaps even by people with good intentions, those who feared desecration and wanted to protect him. There's also the matter of what came after. Menkaure's pyramid was repaired in places using crude brick and mortar, suggesting hasty work by later rulers. His mortuary temple was damaged by fire. His causeway was never fully finished. All signs that his burial, like his legacy, may have been interrupted. You run your hand across the edge of the chamber where the sarcophagus once sat. There's an imprint, still just a ghost of where it used to be. And above the ceiling arches like a vault of forgotten prayers. Maybe Menkaure rests somewhere else now, hidden beneath sand or sealed behind a false wall. Maybe his mummy lies in a cache, yet to be discovered, wrapped and waiting in silence like so many of his royal descendants. Or maybe he was taken. You don't need to look far in Egypt's long history to find examples of royal mummies being relocated. DB 320, the royal cache at Deir el-Bahari, held the bodies of Seti I and Ramses II, and others all moved centuries after death to protect them from tomb robbers. Menkaure may have suffered the same fate. But if so, no one has found him. You step back outside into the cool desert air. The stars are bright tonight, clear and sharp. The same stars Menkaure once aligned his pyramid to. The same stars his soul was meant to travel among. Because to the Egyptians, death was not an end. It was a transformation. The Ka, the life force, lived on. The Ba, the soul, could fly between the worlds. And the Ak, the reunited spirit, became a shining, effective being in the afterlife. But all of that required a preserved body, which brings us back to the mystery. If Menkaure's remains have vanished, what does that mean for his eternity? Would the rituals performed over a reburied mummy still count? Could a misidentified coffin still carry the magic? Historians still debate it. Some say yes, that the rituals mattered more than location, that the soul recognized its names and followed the scent of incense. Others say the disruption was tragic, that the break in the burial chain severed the pharaoh's path to paradise. But tonight, the pyramid still stands, solid, silent, and waiting. And maybe that's enough. Because even if the body is gone, the monument remains. Even if the sarcophagus lies at the bottom of the sea, the stones still speak. And Menkaure, for all his quiet mystery, is remembered. He may not have the golden fame of Tutankhamun or the colossal fanfare of Ramses II, but he built his pyramid. He ruled in peace. He carved his name in history and then let time do what it would. You walk slowly away, the sound of sand soft underfoot. Somewhere beneath the surface, perhaps his bones still rest, or perhaps they don't. But either way, his story lives on. Sometimes that's the best kind of immortality. You leave behind the pyramids of Giza, though your thoughts still drift to the missing king. Now your steps carry you into deeper, stranger territory, down a path that curves toward a different kind of burial. Not royal, not ornate, but haunting in its own way. Tonight, you're walking into a mystery buried in a mountain, the missing mummies of DB-320. At first, that might sound like the code to a Star Wars droid, but DB-320 is one of the most important archaeological finds in Egyptian history, and one of the eeriest. A hidden shaft near the cliffs of Deir el-Bahari. A secret cache of royalty tucked away during a time when Egypt was falling apart. And yet, even here, some are still unaccounted for. You find the entrance tucked high into a limestone cliff, nearly invisible unless you know exactly where to look. It's not a grand staircase or a golden door. It's a crack in the earth, a quiet descent into shadow. You picture the priests who once stood here, nervously carrying coffins in the night, glancing over their shoulders to make sure no one was watching. Because what happened here wasn't a celebration, it was triage. In the 21st dynasty, tomb robbing had reached epidemic levels. The old burial sites in the Valley of the Kings were being looted faster than anyone could stop them. Pharaohs who had been laid to rest with full ritual glory were being torn from their sarcophagi, stripped of gold, and left in shambles. So the priests, specifically those of Amun, made a choice. They gathered the royal mummies one by one and moved them here. DB-320. A long, steep shaft dug deep into the Theban cliffs. At the bottom, a storage space for kings, not arranged in rows, not honored with new tombs, just placed coffin on coffin in haste and in secret. And there they stayed hidden for nearly 3,000 years. Until 1881, that's when the secret finally unraveled. Local tomb robbers had known about the cache for years, quietly selling relics to dealers. But when archaeologists caught wind of it, they moved in fast. The shaft was opened, and what they found inside changed the world. Over 50 mummies, including some of the greatest names in Egyptian history. Seti I Ramses II, Thutmose III, Ahmose, Queen Ahmose Nefertari, royal families, high priests, generals, all piled together in mismatched coffins, many rewrapped by later priests bearing hasty inscriptions. It was like walking into a royal morgue. Reverent, chaotic, surreal. You step carefully down the imagined shaft, now one hand grazing the rock wall. It's narrow, steep, and cool. The air grows stale as you descend, and your breath becomes slower. You reach the base, and though the real tomb is now empty, you picture it as it was. Wooden coffins stacked like crates, dust thick on every surface, silence hanging like a veil. But here's the strange part. Some bodies were expected. Their names matched the coffin inscriptions. Their identities confirmed by mummification-style facial features, or even thanks to modern technology DNA analysis. But others, still missing. A few kings' ones we should have found simply weren't there. Take, for instance, Imhotep I. He was one of the first royal mummies moved and reburied with extreme care. but his original tomb has never been located. He was found in DB 320, yes, but how did he get there? Who brought him? And what was lost along the way? Then there's Kamose, the last king of the 17th dynasty. He's mentioned in texts. We have a sarcophagus with his name, but his mummy gone. No one knows if he was looted, destroyed, or simply buried somewhere we've yet to find. And what about Akhenaten? If he was reburied? If he was in KV 55 and later moved, shouldn't he have ended up here too? Historians still debate whether the cache was complete or just the beginning. You walk among the imagined coffins, reading the names in your mind like an honor roll of eternity. Some coffins were labeled, some were anonymous, some had the wrong names. Later additions, mistaken identities, or deliberate swaps by nervous priests who didn't want the robbers to know what they were stealing. One king's name was found on 3 different coffins. Another body had no name at all, but was wearing a ring belonging to Queen Tai. And then there's the curious case of mummies that were listed but missing when the tomb was opened. Did someone get here first? Some researchers believe so. There's evidence that tomb robbers found the cache decades before archaeologists did. Several bodies may have been stolen, sold on the black market, or even ground into powder and used for dubious 19th century medicine. That's right, there was a time when mummy powder was sold as a cure-all for headaches and internal bleeding. Pharaohs turned into pharmaceuticals. You sit on a stone ledge and try to make sense of it all. A tomb meant to protect. A cache created out of desperation. A list of names that ends with ellipses, not periods. DB 320 was a rescue mission. And like most rescues, it was messy, improvised, incomplete. But it mattered, because without it, we might never have seen the face of Ramses II, or marveled at the golden toe coverings of Seti I, or held in our hands the intricately painted mask of a long-dead queen. The cache preserved more than bodies. It preserved memory, and maybe that's the most sacred task of all. You rise and begin your slow ascent out of the shaft. The light from the entrance glows faintly above you. Your footsteps echo. Your heartbeat feels ancient. The mummies of DB 320 didn't ask to be moved, but they were saved in a way. And though some are still missing, the ones who remain have whispered their stories to anyone patient enough to listen. You step into the evening air, letting the sky wrap around you like a linen shroud. The stars blink into view, soft, quiet, familiar. And you know that even if their bodies are gone, the kings are still watching. You walk slowly, now your thoughts heavier. The stars overhead flicker faintly, as if they too are holding their breath. You're heading back into the folds of one of history's most famous mysteries, a story wrapped in gold and silence. You know his name, everybody does, Tutankhamun. But tonight, we're not talking about the treasures, not the golden mask, not the statues or the chariots or the room full of ancient sandals. Tonight, we go deeper, because for all the glitz and glitter, we still don't know one thing for sure. How did Tutankhamun really die? You step quietly into the Valley of the Kings. It's late, but in your mind, you see the dig team of 1922, Howard Carter and his crew, uncovering the sealed door of a tomb that had somehow escaped the centuries of looting. KV-62, a modest tomb by royal standards, small, cramped, but packed floor to ceiling with untouched splendor. And at its center, in a gilded coffin, within coffins, lay the boy king. Tutankhamun became ruler of Egypt around 1332 BCE when he was about 9 years old. He died around age 18 or 19. That's it. That's the entire arc. A short reign, a short life. And still, he's more famous than most pharaohs who ruled for 50 years. Because of the treasure? Partly. But also because of the question, what ended his life so young? You step inside a reconstruction of his burial chamber. The painted walls show Tutankhamun with Osiris, Anubis, and Hathor. The air feels tight. The gold leaf gleams even in the dim light. And somewhere beneath all this, the body mummified, hastily, strangely offers few answers. Let's start with the theories. The earliest one, murder. When Carter's team examined the body, they noticed a hole at the base of the skull. For years, people thought this was evidence of a fatal blow, an assassin perhaps, a palace coup. After all, Tut's reign came right after the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten. He was part of a royal family the priests and elites wanted to forget. Maybe someone made that happen faster, but later scans suggested the hole was made after death, probably during embalming. Okay, so not murder by blunt force. Then came the chariot crash theory. CT scans of Tutankhamun's body showed major injuries to his chest and legs. His sternum was missing entirely. Ribs shattered. His body was also missing a heart, an important organ for mummification usually left intact. The theory, a high-speed chariot accident. Maybe while hunting. Maybe in battle. Maybe the boy king had too much to prove. But here's the problem. The injuries may have happened after death too. Poor embalming grave robbers or natural decomposition could explain the damage. The body was burned slightly, possibly due to a chemical reaction between oils and linen. His mummy was carbonized, brittle, broken. So again, no clear answer. Other theories turned inward. Genetic defects, malaria, a broken leg. One study showed he had a clubfoot and a cleft palate. DNA analysis suggested his parents were siblings. That would have caused numerous health issues. The broken leg infected, possibly fatally. Malaria identified in his tissues. Was it all of the above? You pause now, beside a glass case, holding Tutankhamun's actual body, or what's left of it. His bones are scorched black, shrunken. The grandeur of his gold mask seems miles away from this fragile truth, but somehow that contrast makes him more real. He was a kid, a teenager, a boy thrust onto the throne of a broken empire, tasked with repairing a world ripped apart by his father's religious revolution. Akhenaten had tried to erase the gods. Tutankhamun restored them. He reopened temples, changed his name from Tutankhaten to Tutankhamun, moved the capital back to Thebes. He was in a way Egypt's apology to itself, and then he died. Was it malaria, infection, a weak immune system? Historians still debate it. The best guess, a combination of genetic fragility, disease, and an untreated leg fracture. But even if we had a clear cause, it wouldn't explain the burial. Because here's the strangest part. Tutankhamun's tomb wasn't fit for a king. It was too small, hastily decorated. The paintings done with a speed that caused them to mold quickly after burial. His sarcophagus didn't match his coffins. Some of his burial goods were clearly reused, inscribed for others, and then re-engraved with his name. It all points to a rushed burial. Was his death unexpected? Almost certainly. Was there a political scramble afterward? Absolutely. His vizier took the throne right after. Then came Horemheb, the general. Neither had royal blood. Tutankhamun's wife, Ankhesenamun, seems to vanish from the records. Some believe she tried to marry a foreign prince to keep the bloodline alive. The plan failed. The prince was murdered en route, and she disappeared from history. Tutankhamun's legacy, like his burial, was quietly swept under the sand until Carter found him. You exit the tomb and look back at the carved doorway. What does it say? That the most famous pharaoh in modern times was almost completely forgotten in his own era. Maybe it says more about us than him, because we don't just remember Tutankhamun for his gold. We remember him for what he didn't get: time, answers, peace, a finished tomb. His story is the ultimate cliffhanger, and maybe that's why he stays with us. Because behind the treasures, behind the elaborate mask, is the faint outline of a boy who wasn't ready to go, who didn't have the strength to fight what was coming, or maybe who never had a chance at all. You look once more toward the desert cliffs, where kings and queens now lie in silence. Tutankhamun lies among them, damaged, quiet, but not forgotten. And in that, perhaps he won. You follow a winding corridor of memory tonight, not through a tomb or a pyramid, but through something far more surreal. A book, not bound in leather, but written in ink on papyrus scrolls, buried beside the dead to be read, not by the living, but by the soul. You're entering the world of the Book of the Dead. It sounds dramatic, doesn't it? Like a forbidden manuscript from a fantasy novel. But in ancient Egypt, the Book of the Dead was not a single sinister text. It was a personalized guidebook for the afterlife, a spiritual instruction manual to help the deceased navigate the Duat, that perilous underworld filled with crocodile-headed demons, lakes of fire, and gates guarded by deities who definitely didn't believe in free entry. You stand now at the edge of a burial chamber, any burial chamber, and imagine the scene. A mummy wrapped in ready amulets pressed against linen skin, and beside the body scrolls. Pages, sometimes even entire walls inscribed with spells. Not just prayers, but instructions, passwords, testimonies, a cheat sheet for the most important journey of all. The Egyptians didn't leave anything to chance, not even death. The text we call the Book of the Dead wasn't actually called that by the Egyptians. They referred to it as the spells for going forth by day. Doesn't that sound gentler? Like something you'd read at sunrise, not after sunset. The idea was that the soul newly freed from the body could emerge each morning like the sun reborn and ready to travel. You picture a scribe carefully copying these spells with a reed brush. His ink black and red, his hand steady, his posture precise. He's not writing fiction. He's writing a map. And these spells, there were hundreds. Some protected you from snakes. Some helped you remember your name in the afterlife. Some made sure your heart didn't speak out of turn during judgment. Others were deeply practical, like how to open a door in the underworld, or how to avoid being decapitated by invisible forces. You can't help but smile. Because ancient Egypt believed the afterlife was beautiful, but also deeply bureaucratic. To survive it, you didn't just need a good heart. You needed paperwork. You step into a reconstructed tomb, its walls covered in brightly painted hieroglyphs. Scene after scene, the deceased standing before Osiris, the weighing of the heart, the judgment hall with its terrifying devourer, Ammon, lounging nearby. And always, Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe of the gods, standing ready to record everything. This wasn't just mythology. It was a system. Imagine it, your soul is guided through the Duat by Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification. You face trials, riddles, hostile spirits. You must declare the negative confessions, 42 statements, like, I have not stolen, I have not slain, I have not raised my voice. And if your heart passes the test, if it's not heavier than the feather of Ma'at, you're granted paradise, the field of reeds. It's like a perfected version of your earthly life, a lush landscape with rivers, crops, and endless days of peace. You reunite with loved ones, You plow fields that yield without effort. You rest under trees that never wither. Everything you lost is restored, but only if you brought your book. You pause to look at one particularly intricate papyrus fragment, now housed in a museum display. It belonged to a priestess named Nesitanebetashru. Her Book of the Dead is over 30 feet long, a visual epic filled with color precision and devotion. Each spell carefully chosen for her life, her death, her hoped-for eternity. Not all Egyptians could afford such elaborate scrolls. Some used abbreviated versions. Others hired scribes to write only the most essential spells. And still, others had the texts painted directly onto the walls of their tombs, so their souls would never be without them. But the message was clear. No one goes into the afterlife unprepared. And over time, the Book of the Dead evolved. It grew from earlier funerary texts, the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, reserved only for pharaohs, and the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom, which democratized the afterlife a bit. By the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead became more accessible, more personal, a portable, customizable roadmap to immortality. You think about that for a while, because every society has its death rituals, its last rites, its hopes and fears. But few were as thorough or as comforting as Egypt's. This wasn't about fear. It was about preparation. They didn't see death as a threat to be avoided, but as a journey to be managed. With enough spells, enough faith, and enough clarity, the soul could navigate any darkness. You close your eyes and imagine a funeral procession along the Nile. The boat drifting slowly, the mourners wailing softly, the priest reciting spells as the sun sinks behind the cliffs. The Book of the Dead lies tucked beneath the mummy, silent but potent. And somewhere far away, far beyond this world, the soul begins to walk. The crocodiles are waiting. The lake of knives lies still. The gates ahead shimmer with starlight, and the dead, armed with spells and certainty, step forward without fear. You step back into the present now. The air around you feels just a little different. Lighter, maybe, as if some ancient page has turned. Because that's what the Book of the Dead was in the end. Not just a set of instructions, but a message that death is not defeat. That preparation is power. That, with the right words, even the darkest path can lead to dawn. And that memory, when written well, can become immortal. The stars overhead seem to have arranged themselves tonight, with purpose scattered in perfect symmetry across the black velvet sky. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were whispering something, guiding something. Because tonight, you follow a trail not on land or stone, but in light. You're here to explore one of the most haunting and poetic questions in all of Egyptology. Did the pyramids align with the stars, specifically the stars of Orion? You sit quietly at the base of the Great Pyramid, the wind brushing across the plateau, like the breath of a very old, very patient god. Above you, Orion's belt hovers in the sky, 3 stars close together, forming a straight line tilted at a very specific angle. Now glance at the 3 pyramids of Giza. They don't line up perfectly with each other, not exactly. Khufu, Khafra, Menkaure. They're staggered, with Menkaure slightly offset. For decades, people assumed it was a construction compromise, a mistake. Maybe the land wasn't flat enough. Maybe someone ran out of rope. But in the 1990s, a theory emerged that would turn archaeology upside down, or at least aim it upward. Robert Bauval, a researcher with a taste for star maps, proposed what he called the Orion correlation theory. He noticed that the layout of the 3 pyramids mirrored the position of Orion's belt, not just generally, but closely. The offset of Menkaure matched the faintest star's position. The sizes aligned roughly with the brightness of each star, and the orientation tied, he claimed, to the celestial events of around 10,500 BCE, long before the pyramids were supposedly built. Controversial, definitely, but intriguing, absolutely. You glance back up at the night sky and imagine the ancient architects doing the same. The Egyptians associated Orion with Osiris, the god of resurrection, the underworld, and eternal kingship. To align the pharaoh's tomb with the home of Osiris was not just poetic, it was strategic. Symbolic architecture built to map the heavens onto the earth. And it didn't stop with Orion. The pyramids of Giza are oriented almost perfectly to the cardinal points north, south, east, west with uncanny precision. So precise, in fact, that even modern tools struggle to match it. The Great Pyramid deviates from true north by less than 1/15 of a degree. That's better than the Greenwich Observatory, managed in the 19th century. How did they do that? There's no consensus. Some believe they used a plumb line and the stars. Others suggest they tracked the rising and setting of specific stars over time and split the difference. Still, others propose the use of a solar gnomon, a shadow stick, to determine solstices and cardinal points. Regardless of method, the message was clear. These monuments were not just tombs. They were celestial instruments, cosmic diagrams in stone. You walk now toward the Great Pyramid's inner chambers. The so-called King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber, and Grand Gallery all seem to follow a higher geometry. Narrow shafts lead upward from the burial rooms, not for air, but for alignment. Two of them, some believe, were angled to point at key stars, Orion and Sirius. Orion for Osiris, the resurrected king. Sirius for Isis, the divine mother. This was not architecture for the living. This was machinery for the soul. You lie on the stone floor beneath the open sky and let that sink in. Imagine Khufu's priests standing on this very plateau 4,500 years ago, charting the heavens with copper tools and bare hands, watching the stars move, timing ceremonies, planning alignments. Their goal wasn't simply to preserve the pharaoh's body, it was to catapult his spirit into the cosmos, to stitch his legacy into the constellations, to place him literally among the stars. Even today, when you look up at Orion's belt, you're seeing what they saw. The same stars, the same pattern, the same mythic framework. You don't need a spaceship to visit the past, you just need clear skies and a little imagination. Still, not everyone buys the Orion theory. Skeptics argue the match is coincidental, that the pyramid layout has more to do with topography, politics, or aesthetics, that the ancient Egyptians didn't have the tools or the knowledge to build such alignments deliberately. But let's be honest, these were people who built pyramids out of multi-ton stone blocks and aligned them to a fraction of a degree. If they wanted to match a constellation, they probably could. And even if they didn't plan it to perfection, the intent was still there. They weren't just building monuments, they were building meaning. You sit up now, the cold stone at your back, and look toward the distant desert. Other pyramids lie beyond Giza, at Dashur, at Saqqara, at Meidum. Each one has its own alignment, its own mystery. Some face the stars. Some track the solstices. Some point toward sacred sites long forgotten. But they all speak the same language. A language of angles, of silence, of eternity. The stars shift slightly overhead. And you wonder how many kings believed they would live forever up there. How many saw Orion not as a distant constellation, but as a promise, a destination, a place to continue ruling after the body had faded and the temples crumbled. You think of all the tourists who come to see the pyramids each year, staring in awe, snapping photos, wondering how it was all done. Most of them never look up. Maybe that's the real secret. The answers weren't always beneath their feet. Sometimes they were written in light, and you'll remember that. Because in a world of sand and stone and forgotten kings, sometimes the only thing that stays the same is the sky. Your footsteps are heavier now. Maybe it's the long walk. Maybe it's the weight of the stories you've carried through this desert. Or maybe it's the quiet realization that this next journey ends not in myth or theory, but in a tomb that's missing entirely. Not just any tomb. Tonight, you're looking for Alexander the Great. Wait, Alexander in Egypt. Yes, and if the pharaohs are ancient Egypt's native sons, then Alexander is the brilliant foreign intruder who came, saw, and never really left. He conquered Egypt in 332 BCE without a single battle. The Persians who ruled it at the time saw his army coming and decided they'd rather not be trampled. So when Alexander entered Memphis, the Egyptian priests greeted him as a liberator, a savior, a pharaoh. He visited the oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, an isolated temple near the Libyan border, where he was allegedly told he was the son of a god. Not just metaphorically, literally. That kind of thing goes to your head even if you're already ruling half the known world. And yet, despite all the legends, all the statues, all the cities he founded, his tomb, his final resting place, is nowhere to be found. You stand now in the heart of modern Alexandria. Beneath your feet are layers upon layers of history: Greek, Roman, Coptic, Islamic, colonial. But you're looking for something much older: a tomb, a mausoleum, a burial chamber fit for a god-king, and no one can find it. Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE, just 32 years old. Fever, poison, malaria, alcohol. Historians still debate the cause, but almost immediately, the fight over his body began. His generals, each hungry for a piece of the empire, argued over who would claim it. One of them, Ptolemy, the future ruler of Egypt, intercepted the funeral procession and brought the body to Memphis. Later, it was moved to Alexandria, the city Alexander had founded but never lived in. There, the Ptolemies built a grand mausoleum, probably in the royal quarter near the Mediterranean coast. It was called the Soma, and for centuries, it became a pilgrimage site. Julius Caesar visited it. So did Augustus. Caligula allegedly stole Alexander's breastplate from the tomb. Septimius Severus ordered it sealed to protect it from further looting. And then at some point, it vanished. No one knows exactly when. Earthquakes, floods, urban expansion. By the time early Muslim scholars wrote about Alexandria, they weren't even sure where the tomb had been. Some claimed it had been converted into a mosque. Others thought it was destroyed completely. You walk past the Serapeum, the ruins of a once magnificent Greco-Egyptian temple dedicated to Serapis. You pass old catacombs, sunken courtyards, flooded basements. Every archaeologist who digs here hopes to be the one who finds it. But the city is dense, the ground unstable, and much of ancient Alexandria now lies underwater. Modern efforts have turned to sonar, ground-penetrating radar, underwater expeditions. In 2021, researchers thought they might have located a temple complex near El Shatbi, possibly associated with the royal quarter. But still, no tomb. And the mystery deepens. Some believe Alexander's remains were secretly moved again, perhaps during a period of religious upheaval. Maybe a Christian emperor had the pagan tomb dismantled. Maybe the body was reburied in a new hidden location to protect it. Maybe it's beneath a modern church or mosque, respected but anonymous. Others suggest even stranger fates. Could the body buried in Alexandria have been a decoy? Was Alexander's real tomb never moved from Memphis? Was his body swapped en route and buried in secret by a rival general? Historians still debate whether the accounts from antiquity were exaggerated, confused, or entirely invented. But it's hard to dismiss the number of ancient authors who claim to have seen the tomb with their own eyes. It was real. Once, you stand now at the edge of the ancient harbor, looking out at the Mediterranean. Somewhere beneath these waters may lie fragments of the royal quarter, columns toppled statues, drowned temples cracked open by the sea. Divers have recovered granite sphinxes and column bases. But the tomb, silent. And that silence says something. Alexander was a man who wanted to be remembered forever. He named more than 20 cities after himself. He carved his image into coins, into stone, into memory. And yet his body, his most personal monument, vanished. Maybe that's fitting, because Alexander wasn't just a conqueror. He was a contradiction. A Macedonian who loved Persian clothes, a military genius who barely slept, a student of Aristotle who brought libraries and bloodshed wherever he went, a god king who died young and alone. His missing tomb isn't just an archaeological mystery, it's a symbol of ambition without rest, of legacy without closure, of greatness that refuses to stay still. You walk slowly back through the streets of Alexandria. The modern city pulses around you. Car horns, neon signs, sea breeze, street vendors. Somewhere beneath it, all the bones of an empire wait. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe the tomb isn't meant to be found. Maybe it's already done its job. Because even without it, Alexander's shadow stretches across history. He shaped nations, inspired legends, changed the course of the world, and made Egypt, for a brief and brilliant moment, his own. No tomb required,